10 seconds. Market on open imbalance, S&P 500, sell side 37 million, Nasdaq 100, buy side 4 million, Dow 30, sell side 20 million, Mag 7, buy side 2 million. In 10 minutes' time, at the top of the hour, we get the Canadian IV PMI. Prior read was 59.8. In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we get the Canadian IV PMI. The prior read was 59.8. The US and Kazakhstan sign a memorandum of cooperation on critical minerals. This is according to Kazakh President Press Service. One minute remaining for the Canadian IV PMI. Ten seconds. 52 spot 4, 52 spot 4. We have posted the Canadian Ivy PMI report for October on the feed for those interested.
US stocks extend fall, Nasdaq down 1%. So US stocks extend fall, S&P 500 down 0.7%, the Nasdaq down 1.1%, and the Dow down 0.7%. According to the State Department, US and Kazakhstan aim to deepen minerals partnership. Gazprom set new record for October monthly domestic gas supply. So at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we have the EIA natural gas change. Forecast a build of 33 BCF, prior build 74 BCF. So a reminder, in 5 minutes time, we're expecting the EIA natural gas change. Forecast a build of 33 BCF, prior a build of 74 BCF.
One minute remaining for the EIA natural gas change. Ten seconds. The build of 33 BCF, a build of 33 BCF as expected.
We have put out the weekly EIA natural gas change report on the feed for those interested.
Goldman Sachs expects the Bank of England to deliver a 25 basis point rate cut in December versus their prior forecast of no cut.
The Philadelphia Semiconductor Index falls 2.4%. So, a reminder at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, we're expecting comments from Fed's Bar, who's speaking in a moderated discussion on community development at the St. Louis Fed virtual event. No text, Q&A is expected with a moderator. Also expecting comments from Fed's William, who's speaking in the Gofar University Institute for Monetary and Financial Stability in Frankfurt. Text and Q&A is expected with a moderator. And Trump is due to make an announcement. Sources say Russian oil trades at steepest discounts in India and China in about a year amid Western sanctions. So we have put out a live stream on Trump making an announcement on weight loss drugs. It is on the feed for those interested. So, a reminder in 5 minutes' time, we're expecting comments from Feds Bar, who's speaking in a moderated discussion on community development at the St. Louis Fed virtual event. No text, Q&A is expected with a moderator. We're also expecting comments from Feds William, who's speaking at the Goffard University Institute for Monetary and Financial Stability in Frankfurt. Text and Q&A is expected with a moderator. Also due is Trump making an announcement on weight loss drugs. There is a video on the feed for those interested. We should shortly be expecting comments from Feds Bar, Feds Williams, and Trump. Ten seconds. Comments coming in from Bank of England's Bailey says latest inflation data good, but need more evidence. Bailey says we have to watch AI valuations very carefully. Bailey says talks with Farage cordial and intend to serve out term. AI could be next productivity, dial, mover, or a bubble. Bank of England's Bailey now see inflation risks as more balanced. And Bank of England's Bailey says it's vital for confidence to shine light on private markets. House Speaker Johnson says he is less optimistic about shutdown ending. Fed bids for 4-week bills total $300.7 million. US Post in Register order cutting China fentanyl tariff to 10%. Just a bit more context, China fentanyl tariff cut previously announced by Trump. So a reminder, at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we're expecting the US four-week bill auction. Prior high yield 3.91%. Prior bid to cover 2.64. Feds Williams says the natural rate of interest is hard to pin down. Feds Bar says progress made on inflation, still work to do. A reminder, in 5 minutes' time, we're expecting the US four-week bill auction. Prior high yield 3.91%. Prior bid to cover 2.64. US stocks extend fall, the Dow down 1%. Fed's bar sees two-speed economy with wealthier households thriving. Surely expecting the US 4-week bill auction. Fed's bar says the Fed must pay attention to ensuring job market is solid. free spot 875%, free spot 875%, bid to cover 2 spot 73, 2 spot 73. US sells 110 billion, awarding 4 spot 29% of bids at high.
Are they putting the roof on right now or no? Are the windows putting finalized or no?
Feds Williams says model-based US neutral rate estimates are around 1%. Furthermore, Feds Williams says bond market suggests higher R star. I discount that. FedsBar says low hiring, part of low hire, low fire environment, may be showing some effect of AI adoption in some sectors.
Voice news disconnected.
Feds Williams says the low R star era, I think, is still with us. Feds Williams says we still need to be focused on the effective lower bound. Shares of US chipmakers fall, Nvidia down 3.4%, AMD down 7.3%, Qualcomm down 5.2%, and Intel down 3.9%.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we're expecting comments from Cleveland Fed President Hammock, who addresses the Economic Club of New York. A text is expected as well as a Q&A. Keep in mind as well, we're still expecting Trump to make his announcement on weight loss drug prices. We've got the live video on the feed. We're monitoring this, just nothing yet. Fitzwilliams says the model would say that faster productivity boosts real rates. So that's Williams saying that the neutral rate model would say that faster productivity boosts real rates. Trump on Truth Social says the Democrats will terminate the filibuster in the first hour if and when they assume quote unquote control or power. Trump also says Republicans have what the Democrats want and that we should do it now and have the greatest 3 years in history. Wall Street Journal reports that the free tax filing experiment is ended by the Trump administration.
That sucks.
Trump's AI official making a post on X says there will be no federal bailout for AI.
Hey, Aaron. Aaron?
In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, Cleveland Fed President Hammock addresses the Economic Club of New York, with the text and Q&A expected. Feds Williams says movements in data are much more important than the neutral rate estimates in real-world policymaking.
Check 1 2, mic check.
We are shortly expecting the Freddie Mac mortgage rate numbers.
Check 1 2. I'm going quick a second here, guys. I left this morning. I still have my calls on this morning. I'm in some puts right now, but I didn't close. Well, of course I can't close them now. I'm fucking pissed. I'm looking at I got like 80s that are destroyed. I got those at like $2.55, I think, yesterday, something like that. They're like 79 cents right now.
One minute now until we expect the text release from Fed's Hammock.
All right, here we go. And calls too.
So seeing comments from Fed's Hammock coming through now. Says she expects elevated inflation this year and inflation to overshoot the 2% target by 1 percentage point this year. Says it will take 2 to 3 years to get inflation back to 2%, and the Fed may be on track for a decade of
see if we
exceeding
can
the
get some flow
inflation
in here.
target. Hammock does not put high odds on labor market downturn, and says the job market may be more fragile than the data indicates. Hammock expects unemployment to move back down after ticking up this year, and says the economy is to pick up pace next year. Says financial conditions are quite accommodative, and that it's not obvious the US central bank should cut rates again given inflation. Also, the US 30-year fixed rate mortgages from Freddie Mac, 6.22% in the November 6th week, up from 6.17% in the prior week. So, a US official says that Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk are to get a 3-year US tariff reprieve. And Trump is now about to begin his remarks. Again, we do have the live video. It's a little bit further down the feed, though. You can get the live link in the calendar as well, if that's easier for you.
Someday maybe it'll come out, which will notify you immediately. But so far I haven't heard that.
We got him on here on audio here, just a minute.
Wegovy. This is a triumph for American patients that will save lives and improve the health of millions and millions of Americans. Amazing thing. They are amazing. I want to thank Eli Lilly CEO David Ricks, a friend of mine. We've worked long and hard. He and I got this whole thing started in a way. And Novo Nordisk CEO Mike Dustar for joining us today. Great, talented people. They make a lot of money. I looked at the money, but they're entitled to the money because the companies are doing very well. Along with Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Secretary Howard Lutnick. Do you take any of this stuff, Howard?
Not yet.
Okay, good. CMS Administrator Mehmet Oz, he doesn't take it. Food and Drug Administrator, Commissioner Marty McCary,
And Trump
Director
has now
of
begun
Medicare,
his remarks at the White
Chris
House.
Plum.
Again, we've got the live video further
And
down
we
the
have
feed
Steve-
or pinned to his
Steve
entry in the calendar
here,
for those
head of
interested.
Public Relations.
That brings us now-
for the White
Voice
House.
news disconnected.
He's taking it. The United States is just 4% of the world's population and consumes only 13% of all prescription drugs, yet pharmaceutical companies make 75% of their profits from the American customer. I would say that's not so good, right? It's not exactly great. To address this chronic unfairness, I signed an executive order earlier this year instructing my administration to do everything in our power to implement most favored nations drug pricing, something that has been helped greatly by tariffs, because when nations refuse to do it, we should have put this in the case yesterday. I just say, well, if you're not going to do it, we're going to charge you a like amount of tariffs. And they immediately say, we'll do it, which means that Americans should pay no more than the lowest price offered anywhere in the world. So that you've heard for years the disparity where you'll pay $150 for a pill in New York and you'll pay $10 for a pill in London. Now you're going to pay $20 both, because the world is a little bit bigger than the US, so it goes up that way, but you'll pay $20 and $20. A tremendous advantage to our country after years of being abused by the world system. Already Pfizer, AstraZeneca, and EMD, Serrano, have agreed to drastically lower their prices for American patients, and today Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk are joining the phenomenal list of the most exciting announcements. I mean, nobody's ever had announcements like, and this has to do with other pharmaceutical products also. But we're covering this today because it's such a big seller. I guess it's the #1 selling thing there is today. These are two companies that behind the groundbreaking weight loss drugs that have helped millions of Americans struggling with obesity live better, longer lives, everything else. These are the two companies that really broke ground. Until now, neither of these two popular drugs have been covered by Medicare for weight loss, and they've only rarely been covered by Medicaid. They've often cost consumers more than $1,000 per month, and some a lot more than that. Americans have been spending as much as 520% more for Zepbound and 1,400% more for Wegovy than patients in Europe. Think of that. 1,400% more than a patient in Europe for the exact same box. And that ends starting today. The other countries are not happy with us. I don't think they like me too much, Bobby, but that's okay. Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk are committing to offer Zepbound and Wegovy at most favored nations rates for American patients. This will slash the cost of Wegovy from $1,350 a month to ultimately $250 a month. $1,350 to $250. Did I do a good job? They don't write about it. You know, they like to not write these things. And reduce, you think Biden could have done this? I don't think so. And reduce the monthly cost of Zepbound from $1,080 to $346. In addition, they're both committing that future GLP-1 weight loss drugs taken orally, which are currently under development, will be sold at no more than $149 per month. It's a massive, think of that. You go from $1,300 to $149 a month. We anticipate these new versions will be coming out in a very short period of time. All of these drugs will be available directly to the consumer at trumprx.gov. Trump, and why'd you use my name? Trump, it better be good. trumprx.gov, and I think it's turning out to be pretty amazing, right, us? Just as significantly, Medicare and Medicaid will finally cover the cost of these weight loss drugs for millions of patients suffering from obesity. Co-pays for Medicare patients will be as low as $50. This is tremendous savings. I mean, now you're talking about from $1,350 to $50. This is tremendous news for the American seniors. And you all remember what I had 1/8 of 1% for the year. I cut it 1/8, and I was so thrilled. But now we're cutting it 1,000%, 1,200%. Nobody's ever seen anything like this. Nobody else could have done it, but I say that modestly. In addition, you think it was easy dealing with these people? It wasn't. You think it was easy saying your drug, Mr. Eli Lilly, that we're selling for $1,300 is going to be sold for $250. You know the amazing thing, the stocks all went up. I mean, these guys they're fantastic. Because it's going to equalize the world. The world's a bigger place, and it's going to equalize. I was a little surprised to see that, but I'm happy about it. In addition, Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk have agreed to provide all of their other medications to Medicaid at most favored nations prices. Most favored nations, meaning that you will pay the lowest price anywhere in the world. That's what you're going to pay. Whereas before they paid low prices and we paid, you know, thousands of percentile ahead more. And to sell these drugs to all consumers at deeply discounted prices via TrumpRx.com. When is TrumpRx.com opening?
The site is open. It will launch in terms of giving people prices before the end of the year.
Okay, got to make sure it's successful. It's got my name on it. I don't want to be like so many others. I don't want to be like the train they're building in California, okay, which has about 15,000% cost overrun. Or the beautiful Obama building that he's building in Chicago for the museum, which is now shuttered up and dead. They got it up and they couldn't finish. It's about, would you say, 5 years behind schedule? And about 2,000% over budget. Then he tells us how to run Medicaid. Many of the most widely used drugs will be available for 60% off.
I thought we were having a major announcement today, and he's doing like talking about like Trump RX and stuff.
By Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk.
If he doesn't like move into anything else, and he just stays on this, we'll switch off of him. Maybe just listen to the audio. I want to show you guys something here.
Because they have been thousands.
I don't think we're done going down here either. Let's put him in the background here.
Furthermore, Eli Lilly is investing $27 billion. That's all.
He also said that, I'll turn him on the background low.
This is a triumph for American patients that will...
Let me just turn him off here. What I'll do is I'll put the news squawker on. I don't think we're done going down here. Just a heads up to you. I don't think this is bottom. We're going to look at a larger frame here. So the VIX 9-day is still up. VIX 30-day needs to get up there still. And if we reject this 5-minute and daily trigger, we're going to blast to the downside here. I don't like. I'll show you here in a minute. Give me just one quick second. That's a big no-go. And I think we roll into tomorrow, too, on Friday. Or at least I would.
Trump says it would be devastating if the Supreme Court rules against tariffs.
They clipped it right here at 8:49. Like right at 9 a.m. Fuck. Like even before we got to open. We talked about this yesterday in the stream. When we had gone down into the close yesterday, I thought it was at least enough room to find out. Let's look at the back, or let's look at the history of this here. Let's look at this together. I probably need to get inputs again up here at some point. I'm going to try to jump in if we can get a little bit higher, but I was in some puts right here. If we can get up, I'll jump in again. But I still think we're going down. So yesterday, let's look at the close yesterday. So yesterday on this close, there's Wednesday right in here. So right in here, we're coming to this close. We know that the sellers are up here. We knew this yesterday. These guys are up here. Back here, so we can look at it. Kind of fucking pissed though. It's like yesterday, right? We knew that the sellers were up here. I wanted to get down deep enough too. So here was the close yesterday. My hope was that we would come into this morning's market and I gotta show this. Hold on a second here. It's hard to see here. We know these sellers were here. All right, we know these guys are here. The idea yesterday was that we could get down deep enough before the close to at least come up here and fuck with these guys in the cash market hours. But they didn't even wait. They didn't even bother. I thought too here that when we messed with these guys, it'd be like 10 a.m., 12 p.m., and then you'd get the dip down here. And then the larger move higher, but they took it down before we ever got to cash market. You can see it right there. When they started fucking rolling it like right inside of pre-market right here. So, of course, slam it down before we get to the cash market open, and then it was on to the downside. And we the other thing, too, is that we know that we need to create fear. Like we need to get VIX above 20. And we haven't done that. We've been at like 19.5, 20, something like that. But we got to be at like 23, 24, 26, 27. We have not had that yet. I figured that we would hit this, like I said, the market, like the low's not in, but I figured that we would go like 1, 2 down, up, and then come back down here and hit that low. If we're going to hit the low now, I'd like to see it happen between now and Friday. You know, on the close at least, or the morning of Friday. So today's Thursday. We still have all of Friday over here. Even if we were to just sit here and putz around a little bit, I'd like to see that. Not 660. I'd like to see 667 at least, if not lower. Let's get, delete all this real quick. And this is where we like start having party time down here. Like here's that 650 down here. That's party time. This is one that I want to show you right here. This is the one that I'm at least interested in. This is the CJJ used call lot down here. And we need to know about this line right here. This is the doorway to lower. This is the CJJ used call lot. Sits at 667.87. And if we break 667.13, all of this gets opened. It'd get messy down below here, but we're not there yet. I mean, we're not down here like we haven't done any of this bullshit here to get down there at all. So, go back over here really quick. This is the one that we want to know about right here. This still says, yeah, that's, yeah. I mean, this isn't that low. This could go lower. I want to see the sweep down here. This is the target, by the way. So here's the target right here. And there's there's all this stuff down here. You don't want to go down here at all. If we go down here, we open the door to that 650. And the real issue here is go over here. And when I said that the low is not in yet, I meant that shit. I didn't think it would happen until like next week, Tuesday or something, but not only is the low not in, but we haven't created fear. If you look down below here, this is the gamma map that I gave to you, and I told you that the put walls down here are very weak. They're not strong. I mean, they've improved. We can look at them really quick. They have improved, but so this is 6,700 right here. But this should be, I mean, it looks kind of big in this format right here. This is where we're parked at right here. But in relevance to this stuff, I would prefer to see this gamma bar much larger. And it needs to be bigger, and it's not. And the fact that it's not means that, you know, if we break under 6,700, all this is tradable here. And this, none of this is big enough either. This is 6,500 right here, I believe. Yeah, it's 6,500. There's nothing in here. All this needs filled in for us to literally trade like above 6,900. You can't just have just like a bunch of calls here. There's 7,000 right there. I would murder the fuck out of these 7,000s before I ever let you go up here and trade above it. Here's 6,900 right here. And this is how we moved higher the last time too. We swept down here. Well, in this case over here, we did this nice big fat move down. And this is actually what hammered out our bottom to make the run to 6,900. So we kind of need, we don't need it, but it'd be good to have. So even if it's just even if it's just that would make me happy right there. Like enough to induce put buying down here, fatten up these walls, because without it, it's a. I'll be honest with you, and I've said this before that, if you don't fatten this stuff up, you can't go up without spot up, vol up, which is more of a problem too. If you don't fatten this stuff up and you actually get something bad, bloodbath, this could get nasty. So we kind of need to fatten these things up. Weak put walls need to become strong put walls. We need fair, and there's no fair right now. Like there's fair in the single stocks, but not in the indexes. And if we're gonna go up for the winter, you can check almost every year. The VIX is up at like 24,
William
26,
says we're
27.
probably in an era of bigger shocks.
In
We have
early
to manage
November
through that.
usually, or at least October, like end of October or early November. We didn't get any of that at all. So I'm angry because I didn't so I left this morning, like right before the open. I was gone out of here, and I was like, yeah, we're fine. It's good. We're going to go up, and we'll fight those sellers above, maybe bounce down, and then we'll go up. So my fucking calls are fucked. I just closed some puts too. I want to get back in them again. We're so close right now, though, that
Fed Hammock says now is a challenging time for monetary
we're
policy
fairly
making.
close right here. Maybe I should just jump back at them right now. And the worst part here, well, not worse, but I would want to see us kind of weak today and tomorrow. Like, I'm bearish here. Like, I'm not bullish at all. I don't want to buy this dip at all. I don't want anything to do with it. Maybe they close on Friday. Maybe 2 in the afternoon or something like that. I'd rather see this burn. And I'd rather see fear over the weekend, too. I want people buying crash puts and limit down shit for Monday morning.
Fed's Hammock says the Fed's
We're
bigger
here,
miss is
so-
on the inflation side relative to the jobs mandate.
I want fucking blood. I want blood into tomorrow. Even if we bounce back up here.
Hammock says inflation overshoots go beyond tariff pressure.
Yeah, we never hit 684, did we? Yeah, I just wanted this. All I wanted was this bump out right here. And I got to say something else, too. We got to look at this. So when we came down here, right? When we came down here, right? Let me just show you this. This is another point to make, too. That's important. Get rid of that. This. You want to see the move higher. Even or how do I say this? When we bounce down here, you wanted to at least see, like we figured the first time we're going to reject, but you wanted to see at least the poke above for a back test to go higher. This poke above right here implies that these buyers are stronger than these sellers, and we did not get that. So you can't trust these buyers. And this is truly where the last buyers were. So like right back over here, this group. If this group is not here, right? If this doesn't hold here, these buyers do not step. These are the real buyers. If they don't step in, though, you would expect to trade this. This would be next. And all of that would be next down there. And that is, that's 650 down there. So. You're talking about opening up a pretty big fucking door down here. We're not there yet. We can't trade this. Don't try to trade this. No point. What you need to see to trade this is You need to see a break of this white line right here, and then a rejection and a new low. So it'd have to look like this. Otherwise, they're just going to sell puts to you, and you don't want that either. So to trade all this down here, we still need, like, we need to break this white, or just touch this thing. And then you would reject up here, and we would go down here and trade that first. Well, we'd trade this first, but the target would be right about there. And this is where your hourly velo would come into play over here. And this would be the top right here, or this would be the sell point right here. I'm down for it, but there ain't nothing between here and here. So you blast through this and this. This would take next week to do, but expect this maybe just something like this. The only word of caution that I would give on this is that it's not viable yet. So what is the trade at this moment is still the upside trade. So the idea here would be that you would trade this right here, Thursday close, and we would recover over here. This is the only trade that I see. But when we're heading down here, if we break through this right here, I would automatically want to sell this fucker down. So we can't do shit here right now. There's literally nothing to do. Fuck, and I didn't catch this thing down either. Like, I wasn't here. I wasn't even at home. Riding the NAR fucking called me and was like, "Market's on fire." I'm like, "Oh shit." Fuck. And they did it right before fucking open. They did it right before the goddamn fucking cash open. I don't think they would have gotten away with this at 9:30. You can see right here they did it at 8:34. Fucking bastards. And this is the time to do it, right? There's no liquidity in here. Just come in here and just start fucking unloading. There's 9:30 right there. As soon as you're underneath, as soon as we were underneath right here, you could see the fucking here goes the bear cross right here. So now you're underneath. Come in at 9:30. Fucking boom, sell that shit down to 10 a.m. for 10 a.m. flows. Where's 10 a.m.? I gotta look at this because I wasn't here, so I gotta see what happened. So look at this. We sell down in at 10 a.m. And you're thinking, and I would think the same thing. Like, let's get some liquidity and let's start ripping. And you've already got the half-hour trigger underneath. The half-hour trigger is right here, crossing already above here. That's all bearish. And it was like 10 a.m. Sell it down. I mean, I don't think I would have bought this without the back test, but I would have thought this would recover. The only thing that tells me otherwise is the cross up here. And then this half-hour cross on the hourly is very fucking bearish. This is bad. So let's look at 12. God damn fucking hit and run bull or bears. Look at this. So here's 12 o'clock here. I did sell this one, I think. I think I sold this one right here. God, talk about an autopsy of death. Show this here. Here's the used call lot. I think the biggest thing right now is this. So here's what I got so far. So if at any point turn that shit off. If at any point we either can hold this and just do not break and touch this. Now, if we break this here, I do expect us to go up still. But if we do not break this and start marking off a bottom down here, I'm going to add some calls, of course, even though my shit is fucked up. I got called. My calls aren't until the 10th on Monday, but I doubt they're coming back. And I'm not going to add to that. I'm not going to DCA those things. I'd get something closer in the money. But we need to watch for a turn here. So what I would say to you is this. The way is still lower. I want to see the touch of 6,700 or underneath it. So I wouldn't trust this just yet. We'll try to mark a bottom if we can and look for a turn higher, but I still don't like the upside trade unless, just watch this right here with me. I don't like the upside trade to even add anything unless we get above 674. I'd like to get above 675, to be honest with you. 677 maybe, and then come back down, and we can start talking about picking this up. But I don't want to pick it up yet. We'll try to mark a bottom though. I'm really concerned about this. I'm not concerned, but I wanted to see the more fear. So the idea behind the bottom is not in was that I want to go down here, freak everybody out, maybe even plunge for a quick minute, and just create that like crash vibe. We're gonna correct major correction, all that kind of stuff, and have people not think that we're gonna have the end of the year trade to the upside. The indexes haven't had that moment. Single stocks have, but not the indexes. So we need that fear. I don't think we have enough fear yet. I haven't looked to see what the fear index is, but let me check. I'll check it right now. We're just starting to get into extreme fear. Like, we're just starting. We need one more fucking plunge. I don't give a fuck if it's for, like, just a minute or so. Like, I just need one more plunge in here. Like, freak everybody out. I don't know if we can get that, though, until Friday. If you got that on a Friday close or something like that, it's like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you got people just chasing the fucking bell. Everyone's like, crash over the weekend. That's kind of what we need. You want like no hope, no hope from bulls. So if I had to guess, we're gonna flatten out here, and go up, but I think we might have one more leg to the downside into tomorrow. So be afraid of that. That would be selling 675 up here. Look something like this. Just get rid of this fully. And then Friday, I would hope. Maybe not like that, but let's go back to an hour here. And I would really like to fucking see, like, where's Friday close? Yeah. Where's store? Like 10 a.m. maybe. Friday, 10 a.m. I'd really like to see, like, some kind of consolidation in here. And just one last, like, wham into Friday. And just full fucking fear going into Friday close for like the bloodbath into Monday. Where's the would be something like this. Let's check the weekly. Let me just check the weekly really quick here. Where's and here's here's weekly down here. 654, 661, 15. I mean, even if it was just something like this, just scrape this fucking thing. Come up here, come back down here. Either today or tomorrow. Something like that. Where is the close today? 1600. Something like this, something like that. It's an induced fear right here. Buy back futures, and then come right back down and just hit this corner down here. Maybe give you till we got 12 o'clock buyers, and then 2:30ish, 2 o'clock fuckery, right in there. And then just like hammer it to the downside in here. Just like smash this down in here. We're in negative gamma, so dealers will buy this back and then come back in a cash market and hammer it down again in the morning. Now, there's an alternate to this. We could also grind in here, or we could just grind in here. Or this is the bottom. Now, if this is the bottom, we would want to see the trade higher above the hourly trigger. And then we can start talking about going up again. But I don't think here's the day, here's the week. This is the sell point for Friday right here. And if we roll this, if we fail this up here, let's say go up here, and we start rolling, or we go up here and start rolling, we're gonna buy puts again. So we're looking for a rejection on the 5 and daily, or the half-hour trigger up here. I don't see a V shape down here either. I don't see. Let me check for some volume, but I don't see any volume either. It's that candle right there. So that's 1.7 million on a 1 hour basis. It's not enough. 1.7 million shares bought here in this candle. There is a little bit of a wick down here on the last hourly candle. Let's check the 4 hour. It's a nice wick down here right now on the 4 hour. We've taken almost 80% of that candle on the 23rd of October too. I just want to get down there and fuck with it a little bit. Like that would induce panic. There's a fucking gap underneath this spot here that goes, 659. $654. I don't think we'd actually get to 650, and I don't think we'd actually get that deep. I think it would turn higher before we ever got there. So this is bottom theoretically, but you still, like, the bulls would still need to do some things. They would still need to get above this, and then start back testing and grinding to get out of this. It'd be messy in here no matter what. So watch this go up. We'll see if sellers step back in above here. I wouldn't mark that. I mean, I can tell you we can mark this as a bottom, but I wouldn't trust it. Not yet. It needs some work. We'll try to mark this. I don't think that it is, but and I'm really interested in this 666.99. We touch that one and it gets dicey. Marked bottom, do not trust yet. Oh, and by the way, my daughter got her induction, or had our induction ceremony last night too. I've got pictures for STT Voyager and Supergal. I brought like an award or something for her last night. So I got some pictures. I gotta like hide some of the stuff from it just for her personal identifying information, and I'll post them for you today. I'm very proud of that. It was like, it reminded me of my induction into the Army, of all things. They talked about like selfless service and character and giving to your community and all that kind of stuff. She had to take an oath. It was really cool to see. So I was really like, had a great night or whatever. Definitely didn't see this morning. I mean, I thought it would happen today. Like, I thought that we'd get a sell above, but I gotta say, I don't like that there was no break above that downtrend. So I'm kind of bearish here for the moment, at least, until we can get back up there and trade that. Let's see where they are again too. I didn't look to see where they are on the high. We should go back here and look and see where they are right now. It's these guys right here. We knew they were here yesterday at 2 p.m. and we were aware that they were here this morning too. We definitely want to watch this. Let's see where they are. So they're slightly higher in here. So theoretically, we need to get above, you know, like 678-ish, 680. This 4 hour is my key right here. Like we need work. Like if you're a bull, if you're a buyer, you need to see some of this up here, or some kind of a down spike. It's kind of a weak ass bottom down here. I think there's one more drubbing coming our way. And I think I said this on a post last night on Twitter. I said, take us down below 667.80. Just one day, slice us down here. And they still haven't done that. So this would trigger anything below this number right here, would trigger like lots of put buying, tons of it. Spoo's recovering right now, trading 671.26. God, I just want to like go down there for just a minute, just enough to like induce fucking some fear. Like that Friday close on the 10th of October, it was beautiful. Like the second half of the day. We're gonna find out though. The next 4 hour candle that comes out for the end of the day will come out here right around this, like we'll know right around 1:32 p.m. Right in here We're going to find the fuck out in here. We will know between like here and 132 if we're going down to party. We pretty much would need to get above 676. We would need to get above. I'll draw this in, but we need to get right about here. Right there. Right about there. Right there. Bulls would need this. $676.49. If the Bulls don't get this, we're going back down. And if the Bulls do get this, we would still sweep these lows and then start talking about taking out the next one. But if we reject anything below this number today, we're going to roll down again. We'll come right back up here and start smashing to the downside. You can't trust this bottom yet. Still on calls. Hold on a second here. December 31st. 671, 676. No, what about 700s? I'm thinking 700s, bro. 696. Those don't even print that well. Where are we at right now? 670? I'm looking at some trades for end of the year right now too. $690, $671, $1,000. That doesn't print that well. $680. I'm looking at December 31st positioning right now. What about March 31st? Not a bad trade. I'm looking at a bull put spread for December, but it's a long ass trade for that only that much money. I want something that's like less 83, $600. Not that good. It's pretty good. I'm only bearish on the short term, not on the long term. I'm only bearish because I want to get I think the Discord, I think I said drag their asses like a dog dragging their ass down here. And I'm looking at some spreads for December, and they're still not what I want them to be. I think even looking at spreads right now, you can kind of even see that they're not worth opening here. They're still not worth opening. You can just look at the chain or what they cost. They got to be like way cheaper. We got to trade. We have to at least trade 667. So like, see this right here? We kind of have to trade this. Whether it's brief or it's the 650, maybe not 650, but like 654, 656, something like that. Either that or just get down here and pound it, like pound the fuck out of it. Like I'm looking at calls right now for December, like spreads. They don't pay shit. Like I'm just looking at a bull call spread, nothing rocket sciencey, but like a 670 to 696. I think that's pretty reasonable. That's fairly conservative. Look at where price is right now. It costs $1,251 and only prints $1,349. That doesn't like that. That's 2 months from now. So it should be printing like 300% or something. So I think we drag our asses down here, for lack of a better way to describe it. Like I would. My assumption here would be that you'd go into Friday close and you'd have everybody fucking bared the fuck up, and you need people like buying puts, like actively buying fucking puts, and you want people to feel like calls are not going to print for December 31st. You need those calls to be cheap for the index. Or there's not enough juice to go there. Like I'm not holding a call spread to print me 110%. I can make that in a day. I want a nice, secure, fat bet for, a Christmas present. So, I figured we'd do this next week and not today too. I knew we were coming down here. I just didn't know. I thought it was Tuesday of next week. We're doing it right fucking now. So, if we were doing this on Tuesday, I'd say the same fucking thing. Smash it down. and make bulls think that we're going to crash, or yeah, bulls think we're going to crash. None of their calls are going to print. Create as much fucking fear as possible. So I would like to see that today and tomorrow. I'd like to see the weekend panic, you know. And if we can't get that panic, I'll say something here too. If we can't get that fucking panic, right? I don't see that. I don't see the way above 700. I don't see 710. I don't see. You got to figure if we're gonna trade 7,000, and then start talking about 710 and 720. We need put fuel for that. You need fucking people bag holding a shit ton of puts. So we don't have that yet. So I mean, I'll keep watching if they're loading them up down here, but I would assume we need the weekend. I would assume like just drag prices as across the board into tomorrow, or even party down here. I mean, I'd even take partying below this line. I like fear. I got no problem with fear. I dig it. The more fear, the better always. You make more money that way to the upside. I don't want to sit in that trade for like a month and a half for 100% print. Just the time risk to me is too dangerous. The risk is too dangerous for that much time. For the payout. So we got to get some fear. We're still not in fear either. If you look here, I'm going to show you. This isn't fear. If you look at VIX 9-day, let's go look at VIX really quick. And the other thing too is that the at the money vol chart is it flattens out and drops at the end of the month, the end of November. But let's go down here and look. It's like VIX 9-day is not doing nothing. Like that's fear. That's fear for kids. We need something. We don't necessarily need $26, but I'd like to see something a little bit bigger than this. It's like fear for wimps, like a big quick one, just like that would be great. Lower than this one, of course, and then have it come back down. We can ride this up into the end of November. So I don't think we're done here. Nope. I just want the fixed 30-day next. We kind of want this to crank a little bit. We're only at $20 still. So we got to get it like above. We got to get above this, right? So the VIX 30-day, I'll show you right here. We got to get above, like we can't get like a tip or a wick. So we got to go, just a nice big fat fucking push up here. And that would be enough for me to say, yeah, we're, ready to go up or whatever. There's no bottom here. I want you to know that. There's like, this is all, there ain't no bottom here. So we'll watch 6,700. Just a note to you too, is that everyone's in 6,700 Ps. So we have a magnet here still. They haven't closed them. I'm watching those in the background. So those are still open right now. 6,700 P. I'll look again, see if they've closed them, but I don't think that they have. We have 1 date gamma. I'll show you this real quick. We have 1 date gamma of 6,700 as a pin. And then we have some more stuff out there, 6,675. And this stuff here, whether we print this or not, doesn't matter. This stuff here pulls us back down to 6,700. Even if we don't print down here, just this alone acts as a drag on the market, like dragging like a dog dragging its ass across the carpet or something. This here keeps us pinned-ish to 67 or 6,700 in SPX. Now this is 1 date gamma, and then 2 date volume. This is kind of good to see. It's showing people buying calls down here. But this is only two-day stuff. There's like a condor here. You can see it, 6,800 and 6,720. This is the prominent one, but we also have 6,700. And like the fact that we're down here right now, if we didn't have all of this, I would say, yeah, we're done. We're going to rip higher to 6,800. But this acts as like an anchor. All these puts do. You got to remember, too, that CTAs are sellers in all scenarios. You can see them here. They're still selling. So they're not helping at all, right? They sell no matter what. Then we've got a vol control gang is falling off a cliff here. So that's vol control gang. They can ride us all the way down here. So I need more doom, basically. We're here, so if we're here, let's do it. Let's get some fucking doom. I call this like rubbing your ass. Dragging your ass across concrete. Yeah, we need doom music, definitely. We need to tell everybody how it's going to crash now. Like, we're all fucked. All your calls are doomed. All you early call buyers. I got fucked here, too. I'm down at least 10 grand, if not more. And I just made like 10 cents, and I'm like, that's not going to cut it. That's not going to. We just made 10 cents on puts. I'm like, I need more than that. And I've got in the money for the 10th for Monday. I've got in the money 680s. I fucking bought those things at like $2.50. I haven't even looked in the past 15 minutes. Earlier they were like 79 cents. I'm not even going to bother because I know they're going to annihilate them in the next 2 days. They're going to grind everything out in this fucking chain, in my view at least. I would. If I was a dealer, I would murder this fucking chain going into Friday, right into Monday now, and I would definitely try to create some hysteria. We are in extreme fear right now. I looked, but it's not enough. Like the needle is not quite there. We're close. We're just not there. We're just not there just yet. Let me show you guys this one here. So here's the Fear and Greed Index, my favorite index. A lot of people make fun of this index, but this is usually when you start buying calls, somewhere in here. But I want to see this fucking needle, like, not maxed out, but like somewhere in there would be nice. Somewhere in here and a close on Friday would be really fucking nice. I like the Fear and Greed Index. It's like one of my best friends. Oh God, everything is awful. It's gonna be terrible. So we're kind of there, but not quite. I don't know what there is to do here right now. We are rejecting the daily trigger right now. As long as we don't break through the 66784, we're theoretically okay. So let's give a top line here. So I think this is bottom. Let me say that too. I do think that this is bottom, or some kind of bottom. How long we hang out here, I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna trade 66784 or not. I don't see the downside open yet. If it does open, I'll let you know. I'll say something to you. I personally would like to see us break that white line right there and just, I don't need to see it for like a week or a day or anything. I just want to see it for like an hour, 4 hours. A classic example of that was that Friday. We took that dive into the end of the day. and we dived down into that close, we were able to just briefly incite panic. And if we can incite panic for a brief moment, all those calls are going to get cheap as fuck. So I'd like to see that. And I'm looking at calls right now for December 31st, and they're still bid. They're still fucking bid. They're not selling. Nobody's selling here. These bulls don't give a fuck. They don't care. I would assume that they're adding right now. Let me just check some other stuff here in the background. Yeah, I don't care about the shutdown. I don't care about any of the news and the nonsense they're talking about. Cyclicals catch a bid. That was yesterday. Shutdown talks hang in the balance. 2 hours ago, it said chase QQQ here, or some KWeb instead. One way to play a possible catch-up in KWeb is via call spreads. We can look at those if you want. Let me look at KWeb really quick. I don't like KWeb here either. I see their point though in wanting to trade this. KWeb is kind of where I wish SPY was right now. Like KWeb made that nice plunge back here in the 10th. They made another plunge the 31st underneath their daily trigger. KWeb does look kind of nice. I wish that SPY was where KWeb is. KWeb already went down and hit a low of 38.73, and that cuts half of the trade off from October 17th. That was the halfback trade for that. Fairly close to where you'd assume those buyers are. I kind of like the KWeb trade, but I'd prefer to trade SPOOs. Give me a quick minute here, guys. I'm going to look at some other stuff. We're risk off right now in spec growth. We're going to find out more information here at 1:30 and 2 p.m. We either need to fucking super ramp into this close or it's going to get messy. Any rejection up here? I'm going to show you guys this. This is a very crucial moment. Hold on a second here. I got to talk to the group about this. Okay, so I'm going to warn you here, okay? I know this, I'm not bearish. Just want to warn you of something here, okay? Yep, 100%. We're going to do that one right there. So I got to warn you of something. And I'm going to tell you this once. I'll write it in a brief tonight, but I'm going to warn it to you right now. If buyers cannot regain 676.49. I think it's to the tick. If bulls cannot regain this, there is a very high probability that we will trade this path over here. That we will trade this 662 down here. We will trade that. So just a warning. I don't mind if we dip our hands down here. I don't mind if we go down here for a minute and then do this. That's fine. But if we like fuck around down here, hit that one, come back up, hit that one, and we reject something like that. You can see that. It looks like I'll just draw it in. If somehow get down here, break this right here. If we fail this, just want to make this so you can see it. It won't look specifically like this, but I want you to know that this whole zone right here, what this ends up being is, how do I explain it? It's like a range expansion. And then what it does is it'll break to the downside. It's hard to draw, but you'll see like this range expansion, and the problem here is that if it starts failing up here, like you're failing that already, and then if you fail this one right here, it's telling you that the way is lower. So what'll happen is it'll like break higher, fail the daily trigger, it'll break that and fail the hourly trigger, and before you know it, we're heading to the downside. So just be aware of this price action is dangerous. For bulls or buyers here. We're not there yet, but I'll just delete this for now, but any kind of like fail that and then fail this, it would be on like Kong to the downside. So I if it was me, I would say this is not bottom. Marked bottom, do not trust it yet, though. Oh, it feel way better. Hold on here. What's going on here? Stop that. I would feel way, way, way better with a move up here. Just the tip. That's it. That's all you need to do. Then I don't give a fuck. Come back down here, grab this and this. And then I would really like to see that one be above the hourly trigger, and we can start getting long again. I see that trade, but and you can take this part of the trade. That's viable. I just would I would step the fuck off once we get near there. I'd be like, like what is it, Jack Sparrow stepping off the sinking ship or whatever, and let the fuck boys fuck with that. FOMO gang fuck with this up here. And not only that, on the 30-minute basis, it looks okay, but the hourly velocity looks like shit. We're still, this hourly velocity, man, if we get a rejection here, this is what it would look like. Just like that. And that would be fucking messy. You trade 62 and you would induce fear. People would panic. People would shit their pants. So we'll watch it closely. I think the trade is fine going up here. We just want to be paid. I guess I said in the Discord you should watch this part of the show, because if we do not get above this right here, I would tell you we're going to sell down and take some puts to 560 at least. It'd be a nice trade to the downside, so just be aware of it. We're not there yet. Don't get crazy. If you're a bear, don't be like, oh, we're going to, Cap said we're going to 560. Don't say that shit. We would have to reject this to do that. So if we reject it, though, we'll take that trade together. Way is higher for now if you're a bear. Don't get all weird. I know there's gonna be like some bear out there like Cap saying we're gonna crash or whatever. Don't. That's not what I said. I want to see us trade higher here and see what the reaction is here. And we got these guys are still up here too. The old Jimboros are still up here. Like they're still here too. So those guys are still up here. So we haven't like beat these guys yet. We didn't even test them this morning. If there was one bullish thing I would say, if there's like one bullish thing here, the way they did sell this morning before market open, it's like a classic like hit and run hedge fund thing. So they didn't do it in regular hours. They did it in just before the open. I didn't see any news or anything that would trigger that either. So if you're a bull and you're like, that's bottom cap, might be. I don't disagree that this could be bottom, but I think it needs more work to call it a bottom. And not only that, we don't have enough fear yet. And on your side or on a buyer's side, the sell this morning was bullshit so far. So we'll see. I want to see us hit this. I want to see us hit just this number first. And how that would look would be, we're breaking above the daily trigger. That's bullish. Break above the hourly trigger. That's bullish. It would still come back down, and you'd want to see the trade above the old bastards up here. And I'll be honest with you on these old guys. I don't give a fuck about them. I just care about the tip, like literally the tip. Like I just want to see like this tip above, and I don't care if they sell this all the way down here. I just want to see that whenever I tell you guys about like this, like stick your tip up there. That's all I want to see. I don't care about like mooning or anything like that, just the tip. And we have not had that chance yet. We were going to have the chance in cash market, and we would have done it in cash market, I think, because you'd have real flows in the market. We would have smashed right the fuck into them. So this looks like buying time to me. It's not necessarily bearish. I don't know if you're understanding all that, but it's not necessarily bearish, but I think we need to induce a little bit more fear in the market here. So drag our asses across the market here before we can get our long going, or like end of the year trade or whatever. Yeah, the old guys. I just want to stick the tip up there. That's it. And they knew that was going to happen today. They fucking knew that was coming. They knew that was coming in this market. They knew if we tipped our tip up there where we were going, we're gonna go to fucking all-time highs. Literally straight to all-time highs. And I still thought we'd come back down, but we would go straight to all-time highs, then fucking roll all the way down to like right where we are. And I said that yesterday on Twitter. I was like, the bottom's not in. There's no fucking way that it is. But I didn't think we'd get there till like next week. I figured we'd just fuck around down here for like a week or two. Trade it up, trade it down, trade it up, trade it down, and then eventually they would let us up. We'd burn through the 7,000 Cs, and those would expire on OpEx. Then the thumb would be up, and we'd get out of here, like really, truly get out of here. So whatever, we'll see what this is. The one thing I would say to you, if you are loading down here, if you're already loading down here for the end of the year trade, make sure that you can absorb a move lower or a sideways price action for a period of time into OpEx. I haven't put mine on yet. I just looked at adding into the year trade, and I can't find anything that's worth any money to me. So I'd want to see like a 300% trade or something. And I couldn't see anything that was worth doing. And the stuff that I could see was complex, and I would have to lay out a bunch of margin for that, and I don't want to do that. So I'm not doing margin. I'll just buy the market. I'll just buy SPY and sell puts against it. So either want like a nice simple spread of some kind to go long, or maybe just some calls would work too. Let me just check some calls. I didn't look at calls yet. Those are kind of nice. Hang tighter. I like the ideas of 700s. I like the idea of 700s just for the premium. I'm going to look at 700s for the 31st here. December 31st. I don't actually want to own them into the 31st. I just want people buying them. They're $5 a piece right now. Open interest 22,000. Where are 680s at right now? $13. God damn. 690s are at where? There's no kick in that yet, though. Let's look closer in time here. And like puts aren't juicy enough yet. Like puts aren't juicy enough to sell like a bull put spread. I want more down. I'll be honest with you guys. Like I really do. I'm trying here and I can't find anything that I want. For end of the year at least. The only other thing I can think of is buy SPY and then sell puts against it. How much are fucking puts? Summer 31 puts. Actually, they're kind of juicy. Like 690s are $25. I might be buying the market here. There's a lot of good juicy fucking puts in this chain to sell into December. 680s are $20, $19. Jesus Christ, that's 67 grand. Sorry, I'm not reading the chat. I apologize. I just got back to the chat just now. I'm thinking about buying SPY and selling December 31st 680s or 690s. 690s are really fucking juicy. They're $30. I'm gonna wait. If I can own SPY like 662, and then I'll sell like I'm gonna wait to buy the market. Yeah, it's not over. I'm looking at it, so you gotta understand how I'm looking at this. Before, right? I'm looking at this before. That's a lot of fucking money. So it's not a lot of money, but you know, my wife would be fucking pissed at me. That's my daughter's winter or second session money for school. So like, I gotta be careful what I'm gonna do. Baby, it'll come back. I promise. Spy will come back one day. But I gotta look at it from this perspective. Like I could buy Spy right now, or I could potentially buy Spy down there. The other thought would be that if we were to go up here and hit this on the back test, I would buy Spy. But I would need to see this to buy Spy. So it's still in the general vicinity. What I'd do is buy 100 shares and sell either the 690. I would think I could sell the 690s. That's pretty risky. They're $24 right now. 680s would be really nice. The only other fucking problem that I see would be that I would more than likely need to be in market on the 31st. I would expect that we wouldn't make that run up until like 4 p.m. on December 31. Or no, I would assume that we close the market at 1:30, right? On the 31st. I would assume it's gonna be a half day or something. Let me just check market hours really quick. So maybe the expiry just before the 31st. Let me just look at this before I even do this. So we probably have, let me just check the chain really quick here. What the fuck does the chain look like? So we don't have options open yet for that week. Let me just check the market holidays. And I don't mind owning Spy here. I feel fine. Even if we had a correction, I don't mind owning it. Like that shit always comes back, even if I have to wait. So 25, Wednesday the 1st. Okay, New Year's Day, right? Is New Year's Eve a half day? Or maybe bond market's closed? I don't know. Market. Okay, so New Year's Day. Hold on. What am I missing here? Thursday, July 3rd. Each market will close early at 1:15 for November 28th. I'll read this to you guys if you haven't read it yet. Each market will close early at 1 p.m. 1:15 for eligible options on Friday, November 28th. November 27th and Friday. November 26th. Oh, that's in 2026. So we got a half day, of course, for Thanksgiving. Each market will close early at 1 p.m. on Wednesday, the 24th for Christmas. I don't see anything. I don't see anything weird for New Year's Eve. So that fucking day will be crazy. So like New Year's Eve day should be a wild trading day. Wild. I would more than likely need to be here for that expiry. I'd have to be trading that day. No, I would sell puts. Right. Well, I would sell puts. So there's two ways that I would start this. So I'll show you exactly what I would do. I know exactly what I would do. If we went up here and tagged this on the back test, I would buy SPY and I would start selling puts right here. Almost immediately for December 31st. But if we fail this, I would wait for 662 and buy SPY right there, and I would sell. I don't know what options there. I would sell probably the 80s or something. I'd probably rein it in just another 10 points down because those would be like 20. Those could be like $30. They could be really fucking juicy. And that's this kind of why I want to go down here. Well, I don't think we're guaranteed to go down here, but I want to go down here because the puts will be fucking like stupid expensive, and calls will be fucking cheap. Bulls will be like, oh, life sucks. We're not gonna have a holiday rally. I'll draw a bull. Looks like the devil, doesn't he? We'll give him a pig nose. Bull, bear, pig. He'd be pretty angry. And he'd be he'd be the one feeding you all that doom. He'd be like, oh, we're fucked. We're so fucked out here. But it would be a really juicy fucking trade. And I'd probably put some call spreads on down there too. I'd a bunch of money. I'd expend, but so we'll wait and see. I want to put my trade on. I want to put the end of the year trade on, like right where we are. I do. So, and I don't see anything with spreads unless you guys, if you see a better, if you have a better trade at the end of the year, then I can't see any. I'm looking right now in the background for an end of the year trade, like some kind of a spread, and I can't find any spreads that look that juicy. Like you got a spread that pays 300% right now? I don't. I'm looking right now, and I don't see a fucking one. Like 300 to 500%. Either I don't care if it's limited upside or unlimited, but I don't see one unless we trade above 700. I see those trades above 700, but at 700, so I was looking for a spread that would print from here to 696, and I don't see one that prints like 300%. I see them if we trade above 700, I see a bunch, but I don't see like the easy granny shots. Let me look some more. And like K-Web does look kind of juicy right now. It's kind of where I wish SPY was. JPM retail trading activity continued to gain momentum this week with cash equity purchases surging to 8.1 billion, highest level in 4 months, well above the year-to-date average, 6.2 billion. So I'm like not bearish here. I just want a better price. This was primarily driven by profit taken and Palantir. Activity Mag 7 this week is big. GS is Lee saying, amid this recent volatility, we've really seen no signs of degrossing. I don't see degrossing either. Flows remain risk on. Single stock demand continues to be strong, though the uptick in hedging, especially across macro products, ETFs, futures, baskets, and some vol, has been notable. We need that. Like, we literally need that. We need hedging. We need hedging for us to go up, though. So I still think we need a little bit more. Yeah, I would buy SPY and sell. So if I sell a $25 put and it goes to fucking zero on December 31st, probably at 4 p.m., I'd make $25 fucking dollars on that shit. I'd be baller. Yeah, I could do a poor man's. I could just sell the puts. I could do like a cash secured put. I want to own SPY. I wouldn't mind owning SPY until like January 6th or something. Like if we can trade 720, I'd fucking love it. If I sold puts against SPY, own the underlying, 671 to 720 is kind of nice. And I could eject at any time too. I can set a sell order to sell, so it's not like I get hurt or anything. And if we were to roll or anything, if there was any one thing I would own, it would be SPY over anything, over Qs. I don't care, just SPY. And I like the dividend too. You gotta remember, there's a nice fat dividend in there at the end of the quarter. They're gonna want to sweep that up too. Grind here. Just a warning to you, no quick trade to 676.49. We are going to go down and trade 660, so be aware of that. I've said that now twice or three times. We will trade that 660, 662-ish or something like that, if we cannot get high enough. We'd still have to like hit 667, 666. And just a warning to you, though. I don't own any SPY. I sold SPY, I want to say in May or June. And I've been trading spreads and degenerate stuff all summer. I wish I had kept the SPY that I bought because I owned it fairly low in that bottom. In the February, April lows, I was buying all that shit up. I wanted to free up cash so I could trade options and spreads and stuff. And what I used to do is I would take assignments, and when I'd get to like the end of an OPEX cycle and I was all tied into owning stock or owning the index, and I didn't have a lot of cash to trade with, so I changed my how I was trading. So I had more free cash available to trade options this year. I got pretty aggressive this year with options. I'm up in the year. I'm doing very well overall. So I will clear at the end of this year. I'm going to clear $500,000. I think I'll clear $500,000 at the end of this year. So I'm fairly happy here where I'm at. It's not great money, but it's good. It's good living. It's been a good year. But I don't want to do too much risk either. Like come out like making like 350 or something, or 400 get annihilated. That would piss me the fuck off. I've had most of my losses don't come into end of years. They normally come in the springtime. Normally, if we have like if we have a correction in like February, March, I've been talked into like crash, like we're gonna continue to make new lows. That hasn't happened to me in a while, but normally I'll lose a bunch of money in springtime. If I lose like late winter, I'll lose money. It's usually when I lose all my money. What do you mean? What's you people? I've heard that argument before with futures. I used to trade futures, and I lived like an animal. I'll be honest with you. They're not, for me, futures are not conducive with a wife and kids. I get absorbed in it, and then I'm trading like odd hours, and it's not conducive to the show. I trade SPY for a few reasons. If you want to know why I trade SPY and don't trade SPX or futures, you've never asked or want to know why I trade SPY. People say like tax advantages are better on SPX. SPX doesn't have volatility like SPY does in their options chain. You'll hear that argument oftentimes from traders, like it's a little bit less volatility, a little bit more stability, less gains, of course, larger layout of capital. I like that SPY is cheap, but there's something here that I want to talk to you about, which is the argument that nobody ever wants to address, which is the volatility in the option interest arbitrage within SPY is unmatched and unequal. And like your option seller and your old man that's like, I just buy the SPY, I sell options against it, and I increase my wealth slowly over 10 or 20 years. Like, I get that argument, I get it, but they never want to admit to you that they know that there's something called levering or leveling. It's been called levering or leveling, but you'll see it's inside the chain and arbitrage and SPY, and that blows out any kind of tax fucking benefits from SPX in my view. I've made way more fucking gains in SPY than I ever have trading SPX or futures. I've gotten my shit kicked in futures. When I take an L in futures, that's usually pretty fucking big. Not in SPY. I've never had that issue. I like the in and out of SPY too. I like the liquidity of it. No one ever wants to talk about that. I can get in and out, in and out, in and out. So I like SPY. Now, the reason I trade SPY here is because no, a few other things with this. If I wasn't streaming, right, or having a Discord or whatever, writing briefs and all that kind of stuff, if I wasn't doing this, and when I wasn't doing this, it was long spreads for 3 months, 1 month and a half, 6 months, a year kind of stuff. It was very boring. So when I trade on this show, I trade SPY. Why? Because one, it's easy for a new trader to be like, here's the SPY, right? You trade like degenerate stocks, and I want to introduce you to SPY so that you hopefully move into SPX, futures, that kind of stuff. Which I think is a better trade overall. But for me, I like SPY. I like the arbitrage in it, and I've traded SPY now, for a while. So I'm kind of good at it. But I can see why people trade SPX or futures. The other thing too with futures that I'm a little suspect of, I've always been suspect of, is a lot of traders will use a prop firm to trade futures. So when someone says to me like, you should trade futures, I'm always suspect. I'm going, that guy spent $250 or $500 and he got funded and he got blown up and it doesn't really matter. So he goes back in, does it again, trades futures, makes some money, and then gets blown up. And I spoke to a prop firm once. I'll tell you right now, I spoke to a guy that owns a prop firm, and you know what he told me? He told me that 99% of you lose all your money within the year. All of it. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And he's like, no. He's like, prop firms attract degenerates. He's like, and I was like, why? And he's like, because they blow up their accounts. They have a few $100, they can give it to me. And as a matter of fact, that guy you don't actually trade in real money with this guy. And he does hire prop traders that actually win. He hires them into a hedge fund that he has. So that whole argument about trading futures, I'm just like, I can't listen to it. You might be a great futures trader, but the majority of people are not. It attracts the wrong kind of trader. So for me, it's the SPY, and I like the dividend on SPY. The dividend usually, like right now, it's been like a couple bucks, so that helps too. And I don't mind owning SPY forever. Like SPY will always come back. Just a note here, we start failing this stuff, man. That half-hour trigger's coming down right now. You see that half-hour trigger coming down? That hourly trigger coming down here? I might be getting some puts here in just a minute. No trade higher here, and we're going to roll. It's going to be nasty. I'm serious. Like, and that brings in a whole nother thing, too, which is you're trading money that's not yours. It's a completely fucking different mindset. You're not trading your own, like, wealth. And when you trade your own wealth, you trade completely fucking differently. It's like a completely different thing. Like, hey, they gave me $50,000 bank, and it's like, it's not really yours, is it? Kind of trading their money, and I don't like their rules either. Their rules kind of suck. They set you up to fail too, don't they? Oftentimes, like you have to trade. Not all the prop firms, but a lot of them are like you have to trade, X amount of days or hours in market or whatever. Which I don't like that either. I like being out of market from time to time. I know I've got rule and risk management. I get all that. I'm not saying that isn't legit. I'm saying that you don't know who the person that's arguing this to you, what their perspective is. I like SPY. I've grown to like it a lot over the years. And not only I have, but like market makers or dealers say they don't use it. Hedge funds say they don't use it. Banks say they don't use it, but you can see the flows. Those aren't retail traders, so somebody's using it. Either hedging underlying positions or whatever, but someone's using it. So it can print heavy and hard. We're just waiting for this new candle. It's starting right now. New candle's in effect. This is the new 4-hour candle if you don't know. I'll take 675. Any of that. 675, 674.07, any of that stuff. Check this real quick. Put this all the way over to 4-2. There's 3. 30. This is all valid into this. All valid up here. I'm not saying prop firms are trash. Like you guys like put words in my mouth. I don't think that they're trash. That's not what I'm saying. You guys are inferring things that I didn't say. You like switch my words. Don't do that. I don't think, or did somebody else say that maybe? Prop firms are trash? If there's someone else, that's fine. I didn't say prop firms are trash. I said that they attract people that I can't trust that tell me that futures are awesome. Most futures traders that trade prop firms, from what I've been told, are not the best traders. Those, I'm telling you. Wouldn't like lie to you. I'm not saying that prop firms suck or trading futures suck or anything like that. Telling you that I trade SPY here because of this show. I know. I'm not saying that. You guys are putting words in my mouth. Oh, Cap said this. Cap hates futures traders. I don't trade. I told you why I don't trade futures. I have a wife and children. I have to live. Can't walk around in a goddamn bathrobe. Like, I have traded futures. It consumed my life when it was like crack. Fucking almost a 24-hour-a-day market. Sitting up in the middle of the night on like a bear market waiting for the fucking cascade sells at 2, 3 in the morning. I can't do it. Okay, I didn't know if you were saying it was me or if it was attributed to somebody else or whatever. People say I say shit all the time, and I'm like, I said something like that, but not that. Or maybe I said something like that, but I didn't mean that. So if it came off like I meant that, I didn't mean it. I think trading SPX is fine. I think trading futures is fine. I think trading SPY is fine. I get the arguments for all of it. I understand the arguments for all of them. I think they're all valid. For me, I like trading SPY. Leave that up here. I don't hate Lily either. You guys are killing me. I'll be honest, though. I want to trade 662 now. I'll be honest with you guys. That's true. I want to see this rejection and fucking sell this shit down in the depths of hell. I want to send this like to the depths of hell. I want every fucking bull thinking we're fucked. I do. Here's OGB up here. We did get pretty goddamn close, didn't we? Pretty fucking close to CJJ's used call lot. That was within fucking 668.66. I mean, that's fucking within change. If you are in this trade up right now, if you're on this trade up right now, leave this part to leave this part here to the degenerates or the FOMO, or take some off as we come up here. These are your warning signs right here, the yellow and the red. You like fucking bears, not bulls? I just like giving bears shit because they never get any money. I feel bad for them. I think they deserve more. like being a bear has gotta suck. Or especially like past, or like since like April till now. They've had some good trades, but there's been no corrections, no serious pullbacks. Of course, I end up hating bears I do eventually hate bears. If we're in a bear market, I hate them. Like towards the end of a bear market, I'm just like, So I understand why bears hate bulls too. And I know no one's, but I'm not really a bull or a bear or anything. I can buy and sell, but it's more like buy side, sell side. But just the sentiment of hate. I can see the perspective of someone that's like, why is it, the up show constantly up? Can you just add a little bit of color to the market? I understand that sentiment. I get it. Yeah, exactly, Winky. Exactly. I agree with you, Winky, 100%. That's a good way to put it. Spoo's recovering the daily trigger right now. Coming up to find out if we're going to make another leg lower, confirm a leg lower, or if we're going to get right back on track to the upside. Still no fear from retail. We do have some more hedging coming into the market. That is good to see. We need that hedging. We have to have that hedging in the market. We don't necessarily need to go to the depths of hell, but we do need to come down here and induce some kind of fear to hedge the market out so we can go higher. I did take a fucking. I'm still long calls too. I couldn't close calls earlier this morning. I was like driving around grabbing this like shit. It's like I'll tell you what happened. So we did the low pitched roof, and it was 2 inches over 12, and I didn't plan on doing that. I didn't plan on putting a dormer in. I planned on fixing my roof. And I had shingles, and I had some ice and water and stuff. So when they put the dormers out, I wasn't expecting a dormer, like 2 over 10, 12 or whatever. So I've got snow coming tonight. And I've got like a snowstorm coming over the weekend. Now it could be nothing, or it could be like 8 inches. So I only have on that flattish roof right now, I only have ice and water. And I was going to put shingles on it, or a metal roof to put solar panels up there. I wasn't going to do solar panels either, but now I'm being talked into it to lower my fucking electric bills. And it's like high enough up where I get I get the full sun. The house is big. I have a big ass house in Detroit. And on this top floor now I can see out over the entire city, so it like brings all these problems. So I'm talking to the roofer, and I ordered the metal roof, and I don't have it. It's not here. And so I'm talking to the roofer, and I'm like, what do I do? And he offered me 2 options. He offered me like 2 or 3 layers of ice and water with the shingles that don't belong on it, because I have them already. Or EPMD or TPO, no, EPMD, EPDM, I think it's called, and TPO, and then add the metal roof afterwards on top of the roof. So last minute, this morning, I'm like, I got to go get fucking TPO for these guys to throw up on this fucking roof so that I don't get intrusion before the metal roof comes in, and we've got snow coming in. And that space is it's not inside of an envelope right now. The envelope is the house. I don't know if you know what that means, but some of you probably do. My heating envelope is inside my house, or the floor below. The floor below that attic level. The floor and below. I'm going to put that in the envelope. At any rate, if I get that snow and it's cold out there and inside that room, that snow will stick to the top. And I'm afraid of water intrusion and then ruining all the work that I did. So I got to put TPO up there, or some kind of membrane, until the metal roof comes in. Fuck me. So I didn't get a chance to sell my calls or buy puts to offset, which I would have done. I would have either closed the calls or bought puts so that I could offset the cost of that trade, and left the calls, or at least left the calls on. I wasn't even fucking here. That makes me even more pissed off. And I'm looking at the calls and I'm like, they're not worth selling now. And they're gonna expire worthless, I think. So I'll run them up into tomorrow close. I would probably close them on Friday close. And I want to put a trade on here for long, but I can't do it. I can't justify it unless we get above. I'd need to see us like break up here, and then I would consider putting a long on for end of year. Oh, you're in the same boat? Yeah, I'm a little angry right now. I'm going to try to be cool about it because I think I can get a better trade. So I knew we'd come down here too. I mean, I said the full, like I was asked like 20 times yesterday, are we still going to go down there? And I'm like, fuck yeah, we are. I just didn't think it was today. I thought it was going to be next week. I got to take the L's with the W's. Can you guys hear that? I've got noise coming in from construction right now. I've got guys here working on the roof right now. If you guys can hear that, I apologize. My house is like shaking right now. Hold on one second here, guys. I got to go check and see what this is. I had these guys turn this off. There was like a really loud construction noise going on outside. Like right here. Oh, Larry Williams. Right here. These fuckers here want to sell. I think they're going to get destroyed here. I really do. If they still print, I'll be stoked. I'm not bearish here. Let's just be clear. Like, I just want cheaper prices. I don't but it's through greed. It's not through bearishness. I have no like bearish. I'm not bearish. I still think the way is higher. Still think we're trading 700. Still think we're trading 720. I think 720 is on the high side of that expectation, but I'm just greedy. I just want like a moment, like either today or I want it tomorrow or next week. I don't care. I just want that like one down candle. I'll take it any way I can get it. I've made that crystal clear. But that's not because I'm bearish. I think we're going up. We're going to the moon. But I want that doom. I always like the doom. I need the doom. I need a little bit of doom in my life. I need the D. I need the D. The bear dick down my hole. Let me just check this really quick. Let me just look at a few other things here too. I'm not bearish like Larry is. I think Larry's been bearish. I think Larry's been bearish since we were trading. Hold on 1 second here. Hold on, guys. That's not true. That's false. That is false. Larry Williams got bearish. I want to say in September. I want to say he got bearish in September. I'll show you right here. I'll find it right here for you. I think it's public now, but I'm not sure. I'll find out where it was when he got bearish. He said to take he said to take it off a month ago. He was bearish a month ago. You can it's right here. I think it was on it's on Stock Charts TV, I think. He was bearish at least a month ago. He said take the money off. He said take your winnings and get out. I think I have it in front of me. I'll try to watch it tonight and show you. He said to take profit, I think a month ago, maybe longer. And I disagreed with him. I didn't say anything on the show about it. I was like, I'm not telling people that. He's wrong. He was wrong too. So he was wrong. I like Larry Williams. I look up to that guy. I pay for his stuff. I'm a believer in Larry Williams. I got no dislike for Larry. Why do you guys put words in my mouth? So I like Larry Williams. He's a kick-ass trader. He's one of the best traders out there. And I respect his opinion. But I disagreed with his opinion. I think that's fine to disagree with people's opinions. You can have your own opinion. You can have my opinion or anyone else's or whatever. I disagreed with him when he said that, though. He said it like a month ago. It could have been longer. I swore that he made the video even earlier than that. I want to say it was in September. That would be October 6th, I guess, a month ago. But I think it was earlier than that. Sometime in September, I think he was saying take the money and run to go more risk-offish. And I didn't agree. What are you guys talking about in here? Like, what wild stuff? Huh? What are you guys talking about? Hey, we'll watch it right now. What? I didn't say any of that. What are you guys doing? Oh, just misquoting me? Yeah, let's watch what Larry said. We'll bring it up. So this was, I want to say, a month ago. Hold on, I think I'll find it right here. I'll see if I can find it. See if we can.
A significant global and
Hold on here. See what he's. I mean, he might have said it right here. Let's listen to him.
the magnitude of the decline doesn't.
So this was so we're not gonna watch all of this, but so this was a month ago. Larry Williams had said this is SP 500. Now, if you look at this closely, what he's showing is, look at this closely. This is 2026 right here. So what he's saying is to go risk off into 2026 right now. Take the money off the table. You can. I'll post this video for you inside the Discord, but he goes into more depth into this. Can you guys hear this? Hold on here. I thought you guys could hear this. Hold on. Why is this not playing? Maybe I have to play it over here. Check 1, 2. Hold on here. For some check 1, 2. Oh, maybe it's because I'm on main screen. Here, we'll play this right here. I think you can hear this now. Hold on.
Cycles, no. I expect some pullback in this market, and I do think we will have a year-end rally. In terms of 2026, oh my gosh, all year long I've been working on my forecast for 2026.
So he's got us going down into
we're
year
very
end,
bullish in 2025. So
and then having a rally at the end of the year.
Probably time
Go
for
back here. Let's start at the beginning here.
Be in the stock market itself, but certainly it's a reason to have some caution here. If we look at the Dow Jones, we see the same thing. Oh, yeah, we go higher, but right now we should experience some weakness in the market. And again, pretty good pattern, not precise, but it's certainly an indication. What I hope to do here is give you kind of an X-ray view, an insight into the market that you just don't get from trend lines. You don't get it.
Here, I'll post this in the Discord for you. What's going on out there? Come on, squeeze, baby, squeeze. Keep on going to the upside. I think you're not understanding here. Or what I said. I'm saying to you is that you have, so I'll show it to you another way. On SPX, you have the half-hour triggers higher up here, okay? So this is SPX. Okay? So you have SPX sitting right here, right? So here's SPX. So on SPX, they need to go above 6,800. Okay. On SPY, there's negative in cash market, negative momentum coming over here. Do you understand? So bulls need to get above that negative momentum here. And they have one more they have to do up here on SPX. But you could overlay SPY and SPX. Do you understand? It's like at each one, they're different. So SPX does not show the negative momentum that's here on SPOOs. So there's negative momentum on SPOOs right now on SPX that you cannot see. You can see it on SPY, but not on SPX. So SPY needs to get above that, right? That would be your half-hour trigger on SPX right there. And then SPY needs to afterwards, of course, in a back test, get up here. Now, I don't like the buying of calls here unless you get above these things and then back test to buy the calls. I think I've said that a couple times. I understand it's hard to explain or understand, but you understand what I'm saying now or no? There's something else here too, which is ES. And I'm going to look at it again right now, but ES, when we trade futures, is a completely different beast. They're even higher. So like on ES, we would need to get above to start 6815.50, which is a lot higher. It would need to look like this. So right where we are right now, you can see we're hitting our first target right here on ES. This is a good target right here. But you need to, like, price needs to come up. It needs to hit this, come back down here, break above this right here. And so there's trouble in here, and there's trouble in here and in here. So my point to you is that if you break above this stuff, right, I want to see the back test in this broken here. And then I can buy calls here to go up again. And the only reason why I don't like this bottom, I mean, I like this bottom. I'm not liking this bottom, but I don't trust that bottom because if we roll in here, it'll be a different story, won't it? Right? Oh, the bottom's not in. Kind of shit. And we haven't gotten the fear that we need. We kind of have gotten the fear that we need. I'm not bear. I think you guys are misunderstanding what I'm saying here. So I don't know. I'm not bearish here or anything like that. I just want to make sure that we're not rejecting this shit and then heading to the downside. If we reject this stuff, 662 is on board. It's on tap. I've got the lines going up. You can see it right here. So I'll just draw them in for you. And as of right now, buyers must get above this stuff. Now, the first thing to stay alive is just this right here. All the bulls need to do is get up here. They can get up there. I'm happy and fine. Then come right back down, knock this one out right here. And it'll start turning. Let's go over there and look at it. So you can see this hourly trigger here, right? You kind of want to see this hourly trigger turn up. And you want to see this half-hour trigger turn up right here. And you're looking for price to get up here basically like this, right? Slap that, just the head, just the tip, that's it. Come back down. That's really all you need. That's the tip right there, preferably in cash market, but not required. And I'd be looking to get long like right here. Or add to longs or whatever. Now, the danger in here is if we come up here and we start selling, or we come up here and start selling, or even up here, which is what this shows actually on SPX. I'd be concerned, right? If that's not the bottom, then we're going to head even lower. Or, we'll try to trade, of course, The first trade would be to this one right here. It would just be to, sorry, I shouldn't have fucked with that, but the first trade would be to trade just this 667. We still haven't traded it yet. We did a new low here at 668. That's bearish. The next target would be like right here. And if we broke through this, then if we're watching this price action, we turn up, we would say, that's bottom. Awesome. And we'd get long there. But if we come down here and broke through, I'd be looking to sell this to 62. We're just not there yet. So we're in the upstroke right now. And there's nothing to do other than that. And I've got the line up on 68 because that's where the hourly trigger is. You can see it right here. This will come down. See it right here? The hourly trigger is right there. And it'll keep coming down and down and down and down. If we roll sideways, we start pounding this out sideways like this. This will come down. And we're either going to blast down or we're going to, get above it and start ripping. So be careful of this momentum right here. This momentum is dangerous here. This momentum right here is pretty dangerous. You'll see. What's up there, buddy? No, I'm in calls right now. I'm still in call. My calls are for next week. My calls are not for today. I didn't buy 0 dates. I didn't buy 1 dates. I didn't buy Friday calls. I got Friday calls still. Still have them right now. Haven't sold anything. I did add some puts for a minute, took them off, and I will add puts again if I need to in here, though. Put this back up here again. Oh, they're really trashing Mamdi, huh? I don't know much about the guy. Someone said he's like a Bill Ackman. He's just like Bill Ackman. Who said that this morning? I saw that this morning. Yeah, there's nothing to be watching here at the moment. He's a good dude. I don't know anything about him. I always look at like well, I don't know what it's like in New York City, but I would assume that in New York City it's more of a role that is customary more than does the mayor of New York. I guess the mayor of New York City's got some power. Giuliani had a lot of fucking power when he was mayor, I think. I would think that the city council's got more power than the mayor, though, but I don't know anything about him. I'm just reading it here on Financial Juice. They said Mamdani's election is another headache for Medicare Advantage. That's why I was asking. It was on Financial Juice. Wasn't on the ballot for New York's mayoral race this week because it had already done something. Yeah, I think they are the most powerful mayor in the world for international. I know that. My experience when I lived in New York was Giuliani was mayor. He carried a big stick when I was there. He is young. I like. There's a couple things that I do like about the guy. I like the fact that he's younger. I don't like how many of our politicians are in their 70s and 80s and shit. Oh, and didn't what's her name? Did Pelosi announce that she's going to retire or something? Thought I saw that. Like, I don't like how old these fucks are. I don't care what party they're in. So like Pelosi announced her retirement. It looks like today. I don't like any of them that are that old. I think like some 75, 80-year-old man or woman should be enjoying their retirement, like straight up. Go enjoy your retirement. I find it so bizarre. I'm like, they were kids when a completely different age was going on. I don't necessarily like youth either, but there's like a sweet spot, right? Like 50, 60, maybe 70, coming into 70. I think once you hit like 72, like 72 to 78, somewhere in there, I'm like, eh. Who's the other one too? Who's the other guy there? The other dipshit. What's his Chuck Schumacher? Chuck Schmuck. I can't stand him either. Yeah, Chuck Schumer. I was trying to make fun of him. Strongly worded letters. He's a big corporate Democrat too. I've never been a fan of like the age though. I guess I'm kind of an ageist, but even like my family lives to be pretty old. And my family, they live to be like 80s, 90s shit. Every single person though that in my family that have lived to that age, by the time like post 72, you're just like, nah, grandma. Grandpa, I brought you a bourbon, you know? I snuck it in. Nobody saw it. I don't know if he's like the whole like Muslim thing or Christian thing or atheist thing. You know, I don't have nothing to say about that stuff. And that's all like sound bites and stuff, right? And I like trying to think. I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, I served with Muslims in the army. I served with Christians. I served with atheists. I served with Buddhists. Like, I served with all kinds of colored people. Like, you like living life is completely different than, muckracking, I guess. Is that called muckracking maybe? Or, well, Cuomo, I don't like either. Cuomo reminds me of Bloomberg. They use Cuomo and like Bloomberg to come in and wield power within primaries and stuff. I'll tell you guys something. This might piss off some. I'm a Democrat, so if you're a Democrat out there, I'm not saying this to piss you off or anything, but like, I don't like the power of the DNC, and how they run their primaries. Did you know that the RNC has an easier process for nominating candidates? The DNC has a full power and control over who runs. And if you beat that system, they bring candidates in to run you down. I think the DNC could start there, like make the nomination process easier, the path to nomination easier within the party. That would change everything. Forget like all the other crap that these Democrats talk about. If you're a Democrat and you really want to change, forget the Republicans or I don't like MAGA, all that crap. First thing you could do is just change the nomination process within the party. That would implode the DNC. They have one of the hardest paths to becoming an elected official out there. They know how to whip their own party to that extent. Oh yeah, there's the answer right there. But you just look up on Wikipedia. You can buy books on this subject, but and that all stems from when? Do you know what that stems from? Like Tammany Hall. Like it all stems from like the turn of the century and when unions were strong, all that kind of stuff. So that's still a part of that party. Don't shoot the messenger. Don't get mad at me. That's it. I'm not watching you ever again. Telling them our secrets. Nice little trade to the upside here. We're just waiting to see if we can break out and away. Bulls can regain. A few notes here. We're just trying to firm up downside puts, hedging. There was a sneak attack this morning before market open. We expected to go up, and that did not happen. Thesis-wise here, from what I'm reading, everyone seems to think that was the bottom, and we're never coming back there again. I tend to agree with those people, but at the same time, I just want the proof of it. I just want my rules to be met. There's plenty of upside ahead, so we'll just wait here and see what happens. If we can't get above, if we cannot get above roughly this zone right here, and at least finally test at some point these guys up here, and they didn't allow it this morning. There's no way they were allowing that in cash market, because I do believe they'd be ripped to pieces. So we're just waiting for this to take place. It still has not happened. I am still on calls here. I haven't sold anything. I don't intend to either. I'm still bullish. But I do want you to know that if we reject this, to be aware that if we reject this, there's a high likelihood that we're going to go down and trade at least the 60s. High probability of it. So you want to pay attention to that. I don't mind the trade up right here. I don't mind taking that trade. I think the trade in here is a little bit more sketchy. I think it's dangerous for buyers in here, in particular. If you want to go switch to sell side here, we're not quite there yet either. We need to reject and make some new lows under here. If we do that, we'll start taking the trade to the downside. I was speaking about something earlier too, which is there's like a third outcome where we just grind our asses into Friday close, create some fear on the Friday close, and when you get everyone loading up on puts, and then dealers will have less of a want to pay those puts, right? Unless we get real money selling. That's at least the thesis. Everyone is still buying calls. Everyone's still buying the market. Everyone's still bulled up. I'm bulled up. Everybody else is bulled up. So you just want to be able to get those nice fat puts down there if we can.
Brent
I think
crude
that's about where we're
futures
at right
that's
now.
about $63.38 a barrel, down 14 cents or 0.22%.
Hard to renovate broken down apartments. Yeah, I went through that cycle. I was part of the cycle of flippers that were like my friends were scaling up. They were going from like 4 to 50 to 100 apartments. It was from my understanding, like the old guard that owned all those big apartment buildings, they got really hurt when not really hurt, but they got for their buy-ins in these apartment buildings and their age, how old they were, these people, and their initial capital investment in big buildings, they were just starting to enjoy lots of profit finally. Think of a profit curve, like I buy a building, then I have to renovate it, then I have to, the upfront costs are pretty steep. And at the ass end of 10 or 20 years, you start making real money because you paid your mortgages off or you've leveraged it, or your investment in the renovation of that building is finally paying off for you. Like I bought a new roof, right? The last 5 years of that roof is where you make your money, right? So I think from what I understand, those guys were all coming into a point where when they started with like lead abatement and window replacement and that kind of stuff. It wasn't abatement anymore. It was like removal. They used to do abatements, but then they switched to you have to remove the lead from these buildings. And I remember a bunch of these guys were like, fuck that, I'm out. So what they did was they just cashed out. So they sold all these big buildings to the generation that I was flipping with. Those guys didn't care because they were all young about the cost of renovating a building. They didn't care because they were looking at a time frame that's like, 20 years, 30 years down the road. So those guys could absorb the new costs, and they did. They bought a bunch of buildings, I want to say, in like the mid 15, like 15, 16, 17. Whole bunch of guys that I knew were scaling up into those buildings, from like owning 4 or 5 houses or apartment buildings or some shit like that, and they would move to like 50, 100. I never did that. I never wanted to be a landlord. I wanted to own a couple houses, like few houses in one community that I lived in, because you do need rentals wherever you live, right? Like there needs to be a fucking landlord wherever you live. Not everybody wants to own a house. And I felt as though if I was a good landlord, I lived here, knew my neighbors and all that kind of stuff. I was fine with doing that. Like morally, I was fine with it. But a lot of my friends got into that. So if you're ever asking yourself, like, how do these people buy those buildings to renovate? Normally it's someone younger that can absorb the cost of that and wait 20, 30 years for that investment. I tried to do subsidies. I tried to do subsidies with my wife. My wife is a veteran too. So I tried to do subsidies, but by the time, I know that like very wealthy people with very large staffs, they enjoy that stuff. I've never been able to see the benefit of that where I was, with my business dealings. That wasn't big enough. It always felt like I had to do as much work as I could have done something else to make money somewhere else. That's how I always looked at that shit, like subsidies. I never partook of them. Maybe because of the size or something. I don't know, like the size of me. I always felt like I was like, it was taking too much time and it cost me so much money that it was really meant for somebody that didn't have money, or a way to make money elsewhere, or the skin of their teeth, or they really needed the cash flow. The cage match between Mamdi and Trump. Oh, Christ. I don't think. I mean, I know that I've heard the stuff like everyone's going to flee New York City, and I'm like, they're not fleeing New York City. There's like nobody fleeing New York City. New York City is fucking massive. It's a machine. You can just feel it. It's not as big as like Hong Kong. Hong Kong's crazy. Hong Kong is like, first time you go to Hong Kong, you're just like, whoa. They like the massive humanity. It makes New York look like a child's play. But for the U.S., it's pretty much it, right? It's the spot. We gotta start squeezing or what? Is this a bottom or not? Let's go. I gotta stop telling people that I'm buying calls. We fucking painted the tape yesterday at the close with all those fucking calls. So dealers were like, fuck these guys. Too fucking funny. What's going on with this? I missed that. Mamdami's father is a film producer. No shit, I didn't know that. Are they wealthy or not? Is Mamdi wealthy? Did I say his name right? Mamdani. Is Mamdani's family wealthy? Does he come from wealth? I think there's like two things we need to do. Like, first one would be the age thing, and then the second thing, the DNC needs to work on an easier path for candidates. But the other thing I hate is money in politics. I mean, I know it's there no matter what, but I do hate it. Like, I hate the super PAC shit. That shit bugs the fuck out of me. Like, and that the other, well, I say that, right? I got something else for you. Like, so I live in Detroit, right? And everyone's like everyone, or not everyone, like all you hear is like complaining, right? Like everything's bad, this is bad, Trump's bad, this bad, oh my god, world's gonna implode, blah blah blah. True, right? And when I looked at the candidates for Detroit City Mayor, I was like, what the fuck is this? It was like no one ran. I was like, a lot of people bitch and whine, but they don't run for office. They don't volunteer. They don't do anything. They don't even vote. Like, the apathy is, like, I find the apathy to just be wild. Like, you got like the apathy, and then you have the I don't even vote crowd. So I'm like, well, what do you want? Like, you don't want to run for office. I know there's qualified people in Detroit. None of them ran. Not a one of them. The people that we had run for the mayor, like the who won, Mary Sheffield, was like, eh. And her competition was terrible. Like, it was terrible. So like the apathy, I think, participation and apathy, that's a whole nother fucking problem I have. And I don't know if it's all because of election reform and stuff like that. We don't have that, right? Maybe big money makes that happen. Could be a part of that reasoning, or part of the reason why people don't run. Money potentially is another reason, but still, I'm like, even in my city, I mean, I know highly educated, wealthy people in Detroit has a lot of them. Even though your image of Detroit is that it's on fire, it's a dump. It's not like that in Detroit. We have very wealthy and educated people in the city, but they don't run for the mayor. I'm like, why not run for the mayor? Instead they're like, taking their pitchforks on the internet and stuff. That's a good one, Kermit. Hell yeah. Kermit said, I live in New York City, and I voted for Zoran. It was just a sigh of relief to have someone that could fucking walk up and down a block. Right on. Just walk up and down a block and shake hands and have a conversation. That's real shit right there. Whether R's or D's, just need people with actual juice, not dinosaurs. Someone to represent the actual people, not some fucking over 70-year-old. No offense to anyone older. Yeah, all right, I feel that. I'm vibing with that, bro. I'm vibing that. I'm totally vibing that. I thought that about the Detroit mayor election. I'm like, hey, we had a guy named Duggan, right? And he had some faults and shit, but he wasn't committing fraud. And he believed in the city. He's rich, so he wasn't going to steal from the city. It was like that bad here, right? But I was like, this is if Duggan wanted the mayor, he'd stay mayor for life. He's loved by this city. Even his detractors are like, I love this fucking guy because he was here when no one else was willing to be the fucking mayor. And but I really thought I was like, you have the he's stepping down, and at this point, you would think that potentially great candidates come out of the woodwork. Like, I don't know, I'm a woman, I'm a woman of color, I'm fucking a veteran. I went to this school, spent my whole entire life making money or helping people or whatever. We didn't get that. we didn't get any of those people trying to run for mayor. And I don't think it would be that hard to run for mayor. I think it wouldn't cost as much as people thinks it would. People think it would to run. I think I could find somebody to run for mayor in this town. I've thought about it. No, I'm not gonna lie to you. I have thought about it. I thought about running my wife. I really have. Like, I did think at one point about running my own wife. I was like, I'll run her. She'd win. I could make her win. Then I was like, well, I'll have her run for city council instead. but I don't want to. I'm like, I'm a carpetbagger, so it's better that I don't try to run her. I can't stand carpetbaggers, and I'm like, become one myself. So we'll just stay in the background and fund somebody else to run for an office. I do donate. And I do that. I do donate to people to run. Yeah, I've thought about running my wife. I think about that every day. I'm going to look at my positions right now and see what's going on. How ugly are they? I looked earlier and I didn't want to look. I mean, maybe I'm not going to add to these, but I still got money here. I still have money. I still fucking have money, man. I don't know if I can make it through Friday or Saturday, Sunday theta, but I might leave. I might add here. I want to see this hourly velo turn up on so see this velo right here, and the velo on SPX is starting to turn sideways. I'm gonna get some calls right now for today. Try to make some money back here. What we got going on here? $0.40, $6.75, 17 cents.
The Trump administration say a US-based Cove Capital to develop a large tungsten deposit in Kazakhstan with Taucan Samuruk, a Kazakh state mining firm.
Had our first target right there. Watch out for hedging coming off into the close here. Not hedging, but shorts coming off on the day. Yeah, 0 dates. Trying to offset my calls for Monday. We're still risk off here. Market's still risk off on spec growth.
US money market fund assets hit record 7.53 trillion at ICI.
Oh, nope, I should have looked at that. So I'll see a few things before we get into this close here. So I'll read this to you. Yeah, see, I'm with this. The FOMO dilemma. Investors know crowdedness is high, and they don't expect a runaway market into year end. Yet they can't afford to miss the biggest trade of the year, so they continue to add length. Yes, sir. And it's a crowded trade. This is why I think we need to go down a little bit. Despite the broad-based price bullishness, yeah. High risk, high reward. AI is the favorite trade, but also the biggest risk on investors' minds this month, and it's easy to see why. Says here, investors expect 2 or less rate cuts between now and May. That really doesn't matter. They'll trade us thinking we are getting a rate cut. That could be a big up move in the markets. When Powell's term officially runs out, hawkish press conference coupled with improving outlook in the U.S. economy, I'll bet, based on alt data readings, could be behind this sentiment. It's no surprise that steepeners continue to fall out in favor in November. I got to watch this. I'm going to trade right now. Emerging markets are the call for the better trade at the end of the year. The FOMO market is still in full swing as investors recognize the crowdedness of the AI trade, which seem to be willing to call a top, yet continue to increase length in the theme. While this certainly increases the risk of a technical pullback, the path of least resistance continues to be higher. I agree with that too. I'm not like anti us going up here. I just want the blood. I want the fear. If there was like a problem, the only problem that I see that we have here is that there's not enough fucking fear. And how we get that fear is at 667. That's when the fucking fear kicks in. And people will reconsider if we're going to go up at the end of the year. So I mean, I see it. I see the up path clear as day. The only other choice would be spot up, vol up. That's the only other way that we get there. If we do spot up, vol up, though, that's very dangerous. It's hard to trade that. And all that shit comes back too. When we do spot up, vol up, that all that shit comes back. I like the structure of fear, and then we make our way up there and we hold those prices, or they become at least a stronger base, even if we come back down. It's a stronger base for buying. I don't like these, like the spot up vol up trades. They become a disaster. Once they're done, it's like bloodbath time. They never end well. Time running out, bulls. You only got so much time here to break through these guys. Time is ticking. After the bell today, we're going to look at I'm going to give you some expectations into this close here at 3:30. We're going to wait and see if the bulls can pull it out of their ass here. If they can't, I'll give you an expectation for tomorrow. I want to look at what we have for reports today after the bell and give you guys an expectation for tomorrow, for Friday. I'm going to just take a peek here. After the bell, we've got the trade desk, open door. Oh, God, open. MP, Iris Energy, Soundhound, DraftKings, NewScale. None of these really help. Airbnb is after the bell today. That's a good one to look at. I will look at open really quick. I'll give you like 5 minutes on open because I know it's a retail favorite. We'll talk open on here. I know this is the source of a lot of retail conversation. I say down on open. This is the same dilemma as this is the same dilemma in my view as a lot of these other shitcos. Like this is all pure profit taking in here. I don't necessarily think I need to look at this any longer. I mean, I do want to see like ratchet, and then back up again. On Airbnb, Not a fan of open, long. Not AMD, excuse me, Airbnb. Man. Kind of like this. This is looking for to get shanked though too. This is the whole basis for up on Airbnb. And there's a giant cliff here for Airbnb too. It's on a 30. And it's underneath its monthly too. Don't like that trade in the bell either. We got Wendy's in the morning, Constellation, Canopy Growth, all shitcos, Six Flags, TDT. They got hammered down here. For that, they're getting hammered. I like TDT. Let's look at this one. Seasonal downstroke in here. I think they do this every year, don't they? This one's ready to rock. I like TDD into the close.
So a reminder at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we're expecting comments from Fed's Waller, who's speaking in a panel with the topic of discussion being central banking and the future of payments at the Bank of Canada 2025 Annual Economic Conference. No text, Q&A is expected with a moderator.
They have the low here and then the higher low right here. I like this up move. Even if you get a down move, I like it. I might have to add this stock. They got a huge gap to close here, too. You see that shit? Woo. Yeah, I was thinking of adding 100 pack of shares to this ticker if they blood in the bell. I have an alert set for, I want to raise it up a little bit. I got an alert set for 43.90. They have a gap down here at 24 bucks. Set an alert there too. Right, look in there. Let's watch this closely here. This close. All right, so what I'm going to do is give you a expectation into the bell here. It's now 3:24, 6 minutes left. How do I describe this? The longer we spend down here, the more likely of a trade lower. I do have my calls on for Monday, but the only reason they're on is because I didn't buy puts and I didn't close them. So if I had had puts, I'd be fine. I guess I probably would close my calls. I would have if I didn't close them this morning, I would have taken the puts, rode this up, and exited the calls and repositioned myself. That did not happen, and I didn't catch the down move either. I tried to scrape the bottom. That didn't work. 10 cents, some shit like that. Had some $2 puts for tomorrow. 667p is what I had on for tomorrow. Those were like bouncing around, I think 220, 230, 210, 206, like that. I got out of those. I've got some calls onto this bell.
NVIDIA and Kazakhstan sign MOU up to
there's zero
$2 billion in advanced AI
and
chips.
It's only in the hope that, and the reason I'm leading to this is because as we come into this close right here, if the bulls cannot make their way higher here into this bell, I do think another leg at least tomorrow, at least down here to this used call lot. We never touched it. We got close to it, but we never touched it. So if the buyers can't buy this, I have no interest in buying this. I'd be risk off into tomorrow. So just be aware of that. You may want to be risk off into tomorrow. And I want to explain it better to you. Clean this up. I want to explain this better to you, which is if we can't get this done today, there's some risk of more downside. If we are able to get up here either today or overnight, I would still want to see the back test to instigate another long. And I was fine with this. Is all good like that. Back tested, held, fine. This over here was a hit and run my thesis here is hit and run. So for the bulls are probably fine with this downside. This down move is fake, probably. The only other technical thing that I still see an issue with is there's not enough fear. So even if we came up here, made a new high, back test it, I still wouldn't be shocked if it was like, bam, like we just got to like institute the fear, build out those puts. Now we may have done that today. Yesterday we put some puts on. We padded these lower numbers, but we still need a little bit more. Today might have triggered enough puts, but that data we won't have until morning. That data won't come out until 9:30 in the morning, so we don't know. So this is what it is. This is going to be expectation for tomorrow. Give me a second here, and I don't even need this. I just need 4 hour. That's it. That's all I need. So here's my bullish above line right here. And I'll change my outlook if something changes. Turn bullish above, bullish above. With even just a tick. So my outlook would turn bullish above with even just a tick above 676.36. But without that, I do want to show you this one right here. This would be if we just stall in here. This is the white line right there. I do like that we're above the daily trigger. I like that. I do like the buyers that are here right now on the daily candle. This is nice. Don't care about any of this up here. Don't care about any of that. Just check this really quick. This is only a yellow. Not red. Here's the first group of sellers. We already knew they would be here. Don't care about any of these guys yet. This is Friday, 10:12 p.m. And we would start looking lower down here. Check this here. This is the first target right here. This is a weekly expectation on the downside. And you get your weekend of fear over here. There. This one's up. There. Right about here? I think it's right there. It's not too bad. We're already down here, right? It'd be something like this. Now the price action to get here would look like this. It would look like a failure, new low right here. You might even get up there. Then you'd be down here. That's the target. You would have a fan like this, the failure, and you'd have you'd attempt to pull out from this, and it would fucking slam you right down there. So right there, I think that's the most likely outcome. We can start talking about recovering off this. You know, I will say this: like, if we do this, this would trigger the fear that we need to literally launch the fuck out of here. It would be like fucking mooning up here. So this is the expectation for where we are right now. Into tomorrow. Just a warning to you. This is the expectation. I would need to see like a squeeze up here today. Like, kid you not. I would need to see that like right now. And I do not like this. I do not like this stuff coming down here. I would need to see like this break higher. I'd love to see it like up here. Eventually, like bam, bam, bam up here. And then I'd like to come back down. And then we'd start talking about taking longs up here. But without this here, without this price action having already taken place, the way is lower. That's being honest with you. That's not. The price target down below would be 661.39. First target would be 668.08, and as a matter of fact, you'd probably break right through there. Probably hit like 664. Probably slip right below there, and you may not even get up here. You might get up here for a minute. The care would be Monday at 9 a.m. Yeah, that's or 10 or 12. So you'd get the down move on Friday. You'd all be panicking that we're going to crash. They'd rip it up on you into the bell. You'd come in Monday morning. We'd sell this shit down into Tuesday, and then we're out of here. And the put buying in here for hedging would not print. No fucking way, because they can't buy puts over the weekend. Come back down here again, swoop down. Now, saying that, we'll take that as like, don't be like, oh, Cap's a bear or anything like that. I'm not a bear. Saying this, I have to see if crash puts are being bought right now. If crash puts are being bought and hedging is like layering in here, we don't have to do any of this. So there's no like requirement that we do this. I want you to note here that your buy point is here. I should change this. Your buy point is right here. So you should be buying this. And even if you're buying it here, here, and here, it's still bullish. I should make this different here. This should be like this, and this should be buy. Especially if it comes up, especially if it bounce right there. But I'm gonna put this a little bit lower to get us down here. And this would still be down here. We're still in accumulation. I just think we need to fucking freak people out. And all this is still alive. The big A is still here. We haven't lost the A. This is all still valid right here. It's all good. All bullish. Big A is still here. And like, you know, this is all still here. This is all fine. We'd still be just fine down here. So just note this into this bell. Just note that down into this close, if we have a failure to ignite. Now, if we do come up here into the close here and we crank up, if we crank up here in the after the bell or after hours or Asia session, we squeeze up here. I will change this for you in a brief tonight. I would say this is preliminary. Let me put this a different way. This is a preliminary expectation. If anything changes after the bell, changes between here and 9 p.m. actually. Now and 9 p.m. We'll write a brief. Right here. I don't know what the fuck that is. Tight here. Let's go back to the minute.
Fed's Waller says stablecoins introduce competition in payments.
No, I don't think you panic sell. I think that not seeing the low yet is for now needed to go higher. Wait a minute, I wrote that kind of fucked up. Oh, sorry, I was writing and thinking and talking. For now is needed. Still by the dip of my view. Yeah, we're still in accumulation mode. We're not in sell the market mode. Contrary to popular opinion, we would need more stuff for that to happen. We're bleeding right now too. And it's close. What is that yellow line for? That's the 1 hour.
According to Nikkei, Japan's Mitsubishi estate joins US data center race with $15 billion buildup.
Yeah, I see the selling, or I see the selling in terms of I see the reasoning for this. You gotta create panic. We haven't had any panic. I just read to you 2 articles that express the same thing. Like, you can't have the entire fucking market long for end of year catching this exposure and not have fucking puts or hedging of any kind. It's literally like the entire fucking market is long right now. Retailers are like net the largest long they've been like in history, with like triple leveraged indexes. Like, you can't do that. And we think, oh, sorry, I'll write this in too. We think this is bottom 70. Same thing, right? We could make more trips down here too. Like, we could party down here a bunch. The drag in your ass trade, where it's like we just keep slamming it and slamming it and slamming it. And we'll build out a bottom there too. We can do it. There's a bunch of ways we can do this. And I think the danger is lessening for a crash. Whenever like when we first hit like 70 yesterday in the morning or something at like 10 or 10:30 at night on Wednesday, that helped. This actually helps too, believe it or not. Like, helps to hammer out a bottom. So we have to do this function until we can go up. We could do this shit into the end of the month, not the end, but like OPEX or something. We don't want to be there at end of the month OPEX, but we don't want to be like underneath the daily trigger heading into OPEX expiration. That'll be a fucking bloodbath. We'll trade the 50s easy. So just hang out, just relax. That's the expectation of tomorrow. Don't at me and yell at me. I'm like, I cap it, it squeezed, and you're wrong. If it squeezes up into the close or in after hours into 9 p.m., we should know. You'll find out if Asia's going to buy. If Asia's buying at 9 p.m., I'll know, and we'll change the outlook to up. You can trade futures with it or whatever, but just be aware that there's like, just be aware out there. Put this in a brief already. I've explained this mechanic a lot already, and no one seems to want to believe that. I've been discussing this now for, I think, a week or two, which is when we come out of October, you got to remember that the traders that missed October want that exposure. So they're like the FOMO gang. Anyone that caught October wanted us to come down to right about here. What's been happening is at every fucking level coming down this past week, there have been buyers there. So we don't get volatility. You don't get demand for puts when everybody's just trying to get long for the end of the fucking year. It's pretty simple. So this whole week we've come down a
Financial
level.
Times newspaper,
Everyone's buying.
UK Finance
this
Minister
level,
Reeves tells
everyone's
UK
buying.
budget
Down
watchdog
this
she
level,
plans to
everybody's
increase
buying.
income tax in the
Now, where we
budget on
are
November
currently,
26th.
and yesterday morning, or 10 p.m. on Wednesday close, at this like 670 level, that triggered some put buying, which is good. You need that as a bull. I know you don't want to hear that, but you need that as a bull. So, we have had that happen again today, right? And we're bleeding into this close right now. So I want you to know that we need more hedging. Like we've like technically need more hedging. When we come into these levels, had we not had everyone thinking we're going up at the end of the year, there weren't buyers on those levels, we would have spiked volatility, we'd have gone up. If you look at any trade up at the end of the year, any of them, we always have VIX above 20. Not 19.75, not $19.82, not $20.11. Like we break above $20 for a brief moment of panic every single time in every example. And that did not happen this week. That's why I said, we're squeezing. We'll go up and trade all-time highs. We can trade all-time highs, but we're still coming back down. And people are like, no, we're not. And I'm like, yes, we fucking are. We are because of this right here, these mechanics. And not only that, you've got sellers, you've got mechanical trend selling at every fucking high. Like that's the spot up, vol up trade. Like you're gonna get selling. You've got CTAs and vol control funds. They're sellers in every fucking scenario. So, for that upside end of year trade, we do need to create fear. And I don't mean like touch the extreme. I was looking at the extreme fear thing, and I'm like, that's not enough. Like I need that fucking needle like down there. You need to hear traders say we're not going to have the end of the year trade. You literally need that. And if we don't get that, then that means it's going to be a wild ass volatile ride to the top. If you don't understand this stuff, you don't have to. Just understand the mechanics of how this works. Now, we do get new gamma information. So the gamma information gets really cloudy between now and 5:30, 6:30. You get some of your worst data, but we will get new data in tomorrow morning. So the data is horrible between 4 p.m. and 6:30, and it's horrible in the morning too. It's because of all of the computers that are
1
trying
minute
to
until the
reconcile
market on close.
the options market, and they'll do the same thing in the morning too. But you'll get really clean data at it's like 8:30, 9:30 in the morning. You can start getting some sweet data, and so we can see if we are padding out that bottom or not. That's a bigger question that we don't know yet. No one knows that. You can't buy that data. It's impossible. So that data doesn't come out until tomorrow. And if we can't pound out that data, I'm going to warn you right now. If we can't pound out that data, right?
10 seconds.
It could be ugly. I'm warning you. We could fucking have a major correction here into Christmas. And I told you that yesterday too. I said to you that I think it's that
Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 6.2 million. Nasdaq 100 buy side 3.7 million. Dow 30 buy side 1.7 million. Mag
we're going to turn fucking
buy
bear.
side.
If we can't get enough fear, and if we can't get enough put buying to propel us up and pay you and I, they're not going to pay you. I'm looking at calls right now. I'm looking at 700 call spreads. I don't know what they cost, but they were like $100 and pay $112 or something. That's not good enough. That's not enough. That's not enough juice. We need the juice. We need the fucking juice to go up. So, it's not enough. You can just look at that chain and just see it, clear as day. We're not going up, or we're not going up yet, until we induce more fear. And like the extreme fear the fear gauge is showing the fear, but it's not relating to people in their trades. They all want the window dressing trade. They're all like, yeah, fuck it, we're going up, it doesn't matter. I think, what did David Amos say today? He said, buy every fucking dip, right? Buy every fucking dip. And that is the thing that's happening. The data says that that's what you're doing. Everybody wants that exposure. Like everybody wants that run up into the end of the year, the window dressing trade. Had a kick-ass year. Want to, you know, get up there and trade 700 and all that stuff. I get it. I want to too. But we have to keep monitoring this as we move forward and see what the deal is. So we're still in the middle of it all. We'll see what happens. If I see anything different between now and between 6 and 9 p.m., I don't have any events tonight or nothing. I got nothing with the family, whatever. I'm here and whatever. And you got to think about one other thing here too. We have to talk about this. We're coming into Thanksgiving. It's coming faster than you think. We've got OPEX coming up. We've got the biggies for me outside of data. The data's been really fucked up right now. Like the data drops that are coming out of the Fed, Fred, BLS, all that kind of stuff. It's been hard to track that stuff. It hasn't been easy. But you got to remember that this trade right here, my point is that this trade right here needs to wrap up. At some point, this trade will wrap up, and you're going to see people go on vacation. You're going to see the street will go on vacation during Thanksgiving. There'll be still people trading and stuff, but you got a whole window at the end of the month where people are like, bye-bye, I'm gone. And they kick into holiday mode. So I want you to think about that. Like, don't be like weirded out and fearful and like, oh my God, we're going to crash the market into Christmas or whatever, Hanukkah, Festivus, whatever the fuck you celebrate. But I want you to remember that creating this fear is to get price where we need it to be to go up. And at some point, the market, if we're not out of trend, it's going to go into self-steering mode and either be selling down into those holidays or it's going to be buying up into those holidays, like the auto buy, right? You know what I'm talking about. You all want that. And that's the other thing. I think Larry Williams today, I was listening to him again, or I didn't listen to his new stuff, but his point about a month ago was that you take profit a month ago. And
a U.S. judge orders Trump administration to fully
he
fund
did say
SNAP
there'd be a
food
holiday
aid
rally at the end of the
benefits by
year,
Friday.
but most people don't know that a holiday
Fed's Waller
rally,
said stablecoins are
classic
not a
holiday
threat
rally,
to monetary
doesn't
policy.
begin until I think after Christmas. I think it's like Christmas, New Year's, Jan 3rd or 6th. He didn't say go back into the market. He didn't say accumulate. He didn't say any of that a month ago. He said take your money and run, and you'll probably get a holiday rally in the end of the year. That means like end of the year. Not right now. So I didn't listen to him then, though, either. I didn't prescribe to that risk off that he was talking about. I think he said that for one reason, for safety. And I think he said that for another reason, to take your money and run. Take your money and run. It's been a good year. Why do you have to worry about the extra 100 points or 10 points on SPY or 100 points on SPX or whatever? So I think that was a good call. Now, I know that he came out with a new video saying risk off. We're not quite there just yet into risk off territory. We can be, but we're not there quite yet. We can be, though. We're getting close to being risk off. We're like within, we're looking at this on a 1 minute chart. We're not on an hourly basis or 4 hour or something like that, but it's showing risk off behavior. We're not there yet, though. It's more fear at this point. So we got to wait and make sure that we get that fear. I want to see those new lows. I want to see this violated. I want to see a bunch of shit. I want to see like this violated. I want to see a rejection of it afterwards. Like I need to see like, let's go over here and look at this. Like I need to see that. I ain't got no fucking time for like, I got no fucking time for like, I'd like to see like, smash this, and then like some kind of fucking failure and start selling the fuck out of that. We can do that at the end of the year, but we're not there yet. So not quite. This kind of stuff here is the same shit, noise so far. So until we get some like close the door shit, hourly trigger has not crossed the daily trigger just yet. You can see it up here. So let me show you this. You guys aren't watching this with me. So I always talk to you guys about the hourly trigger crossing the daily. That has not happened. Still up here, and it's turning up. It's not chasing price down right now. Didn't chase price down up here. So I'm still bullish. I don't like when the hourly trigger crosses the daily trigger. That has not happened yet. So no fear just yet, for me at least. We need to create some fear though. This is actually good price, or good watching this turn up a little bit is actually good. Even though we're pressing price down, it's looking for a slingshot higher. So we'll keep monitoring it and watching and see what happens. Is that a cat clawing me right now? I'm getting clawed by a cat. Blooding into the bell again. This was the low. This was the low. Down here. Right here is the instigation of the trade. There. This whole call chain for tomorrow is fat as fuck too. This whole call chain is like fucking huge coming into tomorrow's OPEX. It's fucking monster. We can eat this fucking whole call chain tomorrow. Puts are dirt cheap for tomorrow relative to calls. Calls are expensive for tomorrow. Two minutes left. I'm going to watch TDT here. TDT is blooding into the close as well. This is what the chart is that's down here. Watching this one closely. Whew. Ugly close. Not what a buyer wants to see, this right here. Not at all. Just check this really quick. I got 15 minutes here. I want to look again for December. Bull put spread.
Microsoft shares fall 2% to close
Still
at
not
2-month
good.
low. Microsoft extends losing streak for the seventh day, longest since 2022.
Bull call spreads. Number 31. $696. $1,200 to print. 1,300. Still not good. We do have some convexity trades coming in here. They're not juicy yet, but they're coming in. We have a convexity trade. I'm looking at a convexity trade right now that is fairly good. They're getting better. So just this close right now, we're getting some better. Oh, there we go. That's a good one. What is that? It's getting better. Like I see a convexity trade 691, 700, and even at 696. 696 is almost printing 200%. So we're getting close. I want one more fucking downstroke. We're getting close to a trade. We're almost there. These trades weren't available earlier today. I'm looking at some convex bull call spreads for end of year. They're starting to print like 499 on 300. They're getting close, but not quite there yet. 680. Is about a 1-for-1 trade. 680 to 696 is 680. It costs 685 to trade 915. We're getting close. Still not there yet. I want to see trades for December 31st that are like a bull call spread. As an example, pay $100, prints 300. Something like that. I might not get it, but I do want it. I haven't looked at like 720 though. Let's look at that really quick. Let's just look at 720. Nope. Nope. Jesus Christ. I can't believe people have fucking 730s on right now. They're fucking ridiculous. They are fucking ridiculous. People have 730s on for end of year. People have like 730 calls, 720 calls. We got 725s here for December 31st. That's fucking insane. I'm looking for something here that'll print. Let's check January really quick. Dude, this fucking chain is fucked up. Like the bulls have bought the entire fucking chain. Like I'm looking in January now. They got like the chain built out to like 720 in fucking January. They're a little bit less bullish in January 30th. There's a sweet fucking spread right here though. Yeah, it's just that's a time thing though. Okay. I'll see you guys in the morning. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning at